Hello, hello? Are we live? Are we live? Live? Are we live? Why am I missing things? I'm always missing things. Alright, we're gonna wait a bit for people to get in here. It's a beautiful Friday. Very nice weather where I'm at right now. It's our summer. Where I live, we have late summers. And it's just getting started for us. And it's nice. I like the late summers. Hey, Susan! And Cassidy. And Altier. Altier. I'll just do Al for short. We got politics galore to cover today. We're going to watch through the, kind of go over the presidential debate. And it's the first, set of Republicans. Pretty much all just like Republican watch today because we're also going to go over everybody that, has a mugshot in Georgia right now. Also, there's going to be something cool tagged on at the very end. Oh, I gotta find that. Because I want to watch, there's like a short film called The Lottery. Because I'm going to be going live with Susan tomorrow. And we're going to do part 2 of our discussion about like suffering and struggle. The Lottery. Oh yeah, 18-minute short film. Got it. Anyway, sorry, I'm a little bit late. I'm trying to figure out like how I can stream without having to have headphones on. I think I'm kind of over the headphones, but we'll see. Yes, Philip's going to be there tomorrow as well. And then I believe, is there a secret stream tomorrow? Or is that like later down the... Oh, yeah. The ones who walk away from Omelas. I'm assuming the story is like available in the... Hey, we're sure we can't find what you're looking for. What? We might have a members only stream tomorrow on the Neogenian Oculus, but not sure. Maybe. Just a smidge chance. You never know, though. Probably not. Who knows? Perhaps. Let's see. All right. Wow, we got the mugshot. Ladies and gentle genders. We're gonna just kind of judge these a bit. And no, I don't give a shit about body shaming when it comes to these people. I really don't care. I will make fun of their face. I mean, that's a face of a criminal. That definitely is a face of a... I still can't get that transcript out of my head. The one of Rudy Giuliani. Come here, big tits. Like, the chat's not up. Damn it. Hold on, let's fix that up immediately. Thank you, Cassidy. I appreciate that. The chat's not up. The chat's not up. Chat's not up. Okay, there we go. Now we got the chat up. So, yeah, I can't get that transcript of Rudy Giuliani out of my head of him, like, talking to that lady and being like, come here, big tits. Come here. What adult calls another adult big tits? I just don't even know. We got the mugshot. These people are criminals. What are you smiling about? Alright, see the mugshots in Trump's Georgia case. Finally, a real mugshot, not something fake. I get a little tired. I mean, it's funny to see, like, the fake mugshots of, like, Trump, but, like, after a while, it just gets a little irritating because it's like, I want to see the real thing. Here are mugshots of the defendants who have been booked on charges connected with efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election in Georgia. The results in Georgia. Let's see. The former president was booked Thursday night and released on a $200,000 bond. Let's see. Charges, 13 counts. Yes, 13. 3 of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. 2 of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree. 2 of conspiracy to commit false statements. 2 of false statements and writings. 1 of violation of the Georgia RICO Act. 1 of conspiracy to commit filing false documents, 1 of filing false documents, 1 of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer. Shit. Look at that. An absolute menace to society. So, Mark Meadows, the former Trump White House chief of staff, was booked Thursday and released on a $100,000 bond. His charges is 2 counts, 1 of violation of Georgia RICO Act and 1 of solicitation of violation by oath by a public officer. Criminal. Rudy Giuliani. You gotta admit, he's your favorite. The former Trump attorney was booked Wednesday and released on a $150,000 bond. Now, he's got 13 counts, 3 of solicitation, but pretty much like the same as Trump. Come here, big tits. Jenna Ellis, the attorney who advised Trump during his alleged attempts to overturn the 2020 election results, was booked Wednesday and released on a $100,000 bond. This is just, I don't know. They need to be, I like these people to be punished with money. It needs to be harder. Like, I don't know. They shouldn't be getting any bonds. Are you kidding me? Because now these people are back out there. Look, this bitch is happy. What are you smiling at? You're a criminal. Jenna Ellis, the attorney. Yeah, okay, we read that. 2 counts, 1 of violation of Georgia RICO Act, 1 of solicitation of violation of blah, 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 blah. Fantastic. I don't think I would be smiling in that. I don't know what's so funny about it. What's so funny, young lady? Kenneth Cheesebro. The lawyer associated with Trump's campaign who came up with the legal theory behind the so-called fake electors scheme was booked Wednesday and released on a $100,000 bond. It was his idea. 7 counts. 2 conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree, 2 of conspiracy to commit false statements, 1 of violation of the Georgia RICO Act, 1 of conspiracy to commit filing false documents, 1 of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer. Criminal. Look at them guilty eyes. Alright, Sidney Powell. I love this, by the way. This is great. Former member of Trump's legal team was booked Wednesday and released on a $100,000 bond, 7 counts, 2 conspiracy to commit pretty much the same shit. I don't think we need to keep going over that. Yeah, she seems to be slightly smiling too. What are you happy about? Ah! Just looks like a criminal. All right. Ray Smith, the attorney who represented Trump in the 2020 election lawsuits in Georgia, was booked Wednesday and released on a $50,000 bond. Oh. Oh. Criminal. David Schaffer. 8 counts, 3 of false statements, 2 of forgery in the first degree, 1 of violation in the RICO Act, 1 of impersonating a public officer, and criminal attempt to commit filing false documents. What are you smiling about? I don't understand this. Yeah, it's real funny, haha. I really don't care if they're laughing or not, honestly. It's just kind of like funny. It's like, all right, I guess you've gone down in history. If you want to go down in history like that, more power to you. What is the hair doing today? We don't know. We will never know. The hair is so big because it's full of secrets. Anyways, Kathy Latham. The former Coffee County GOP chair was booked Wednesday and released on a $75,000 bond. She's definitely not happy. You're a criminal. John Eastman, 9 counts. He's the former Trump allied attorney. He was booked on Tuesday and released on a $100,000 bond. Yeah, he doesn't look very happy. Scott Hall, the 2020 Fulton County GOP poll watcher was booked Tuesday and released on a $10,000 bond. No. He looks devious. He looks like he's gonna come out and, I don't know, shit on your lawn. I don't know. Harrison Floyd, the former leader of Black Voices for Trump, was booked Thursday. No bond agreement has been set. Interesting. Why are you squinting? Are you having a hard time? See, those are definitely sus eyes. Those are very squinty, shifty eyes. Jeffrey Clark, the former Trump reading Jan. Okay, the former Trump Justice Department official was booked early Friday and released on a $100,000 bond. 2 counts, 1 of violation of Georgia RICO Act, 1 of criminal attempt to commit false statements. He just looks confused. Michael Roman, 7 counts. He was just a former Trump staffer. 7 counts, 2 conspiracy, committing the forgery, conspiracy to commit false statements, 1 a violation of the Georgia RICO Act. Lots of violations, yes. Wow, I don't know what's going on with his face. But this definitely isn't the best lighting for any of these people. And obviously, it's not meant to be looking flat. It's not meant to look flattering. Robert Chile, Atlanta attorney. He's got 10 counts. Criminal. That is a criminal's face. Lock him up. Throw away the key. Sean Still, the alleged fake GOP elector, was booked early on Friday and released on a $10,000 bond. 7 counts. All the same stuff. Misty Hampton, the former Coffee County elections director, was booked Friday. She's got 7 counts. She doesn't seem... I don't know. I can't read that. I don't know if she's pleased with herself or just annoyed. Trivian Cuddy. What the fuck is that face? What the fuck? I'm like, why is she smiling like that? Oh my god, that is like some it clown stuff. Like, straight up looks like Pennywise. Yeah. It's like literally this face. Oh my god. Jesus. It's the same. Is it just not the same fucking smile? Okay, based on that creepy ass smile alone, she should not be in the public. She's a danger to society. Why would you smile like that? Like, what are you giggling about? Ugh, blowing into a rag. I know that's kind of gross. Anyways. Oh my god. Trivian Cuddy, the former publicist for Yay! Yeah, that's right. The artist formerly known as Kanye West was booked on Friday. 3 counts. Why are you smiling like that? It's creepy. It just looks fucking creepy. Everyone else is like even the other smiling people. I mean, they look at least somewhat normal. I mean, yeah, that's like normal. She's not like doing the fucking Pennywise smile. Like, what the fuck? That's so fucked up. A Lutheran pastor from Illinois, Stephen Lee, was booked Friday. $75,000, 5 counts. Honey, you look like you should be booked for more than just these charges, if you get what I mean. Wow, that was it? Okay, that's a lot of people. This by far is the creepiest. I don't know. That was a choice, okay? That was a fucking choice. And Trump just is not happy, not flattered. I did everything right. And they indicted me. We're getting introduced to a lot of people today. We're going to introduce ourselves to more people. We're going to introduce ourselves all the Republican candidates. I'm not very super like duper like amazing at politics, like, but you know, we all got to start somewhere, so why not keep an eye on the presidential debates. Oh my god, all these people, they can just stay arrested. I wish they didn't have a bond. So who are the candidates in the first GOP primary debate? We are kicking off. We are going to be, has it been 4 years already? I guess it has. I don't know why that like passed by like really fast. I feel like the last like 3 years is just nothing but like a bizarre blur. Like I barely even remember it. Hey, Elise, good to see you. Pennywise sequel coming soon with her. I know, right? Spawn of Pennywise. Hello, Patricia. Alright, I don't need that. We got the lottery. Ones who walk away from Omelas. Is this like a reading? Oh. No, it's kind of more. I might make you guys just do that. Like, make you read this somewhere. But I do want to watch the lottery, and I'll tell you why, like, when we get to that, but that's at the end. So, who are the candidates in the first GOP primary debate? 8 Republicans will take the debate stage in Milwaukee. They already did it. It's done and over with. At the first Republican primary debate hosted by Fox News. Where are my glasses? I need my glasses. Oh, those are dirty. Those are grabby. I hope everybody's having a good Friday. A bunch of assholes. I mean, we could just settle it at that and go home. But we have to do something for the live stream. I mean, I would have just settled it at that, but I figured I would be more descriptive, a little more deets. Oh, these are like way. I don't know what's up with these. You know what? I don't want to sit here and clean these forever. I'll just blow this up really big. Let's see. All right. Who are the candidates in the first GOP primary debate? Let's see. The race to the 2024 election is officially in full swing, as at least a dozen Republicans, including former President Donald Trump, have declared and launched their 2024 presidential campaigns. The first hurdle of many of these candidates had to overcome was to qualify for the Republican primary debate hosted by Fox News, who else, and held in Milwaukee. The Republican National Committee on Monday announced which candidates met the qualifications based on polling, donor numbers, and willingness to sign a pledge to back the eventual Republican nominee. That's what Trump wasn't there because he refused to do that. He doesn't want to back anybody, which is like weird. That's kind of like a sign of a dictator there, wouldn't you say? So, who will be qualified for the first GOP primary debate? Mike Pence. Very ballsy for him to run. He might do well. I don't know. There's gonna be a lot of like sarcasm, you know, like, because I don't back any Republican, obviously. I don't really back Democrats either. But, you know, I kind of talk about it in terms of like who will do the best, who's hitting their mark the best, you know, as far as like their point of views, but otherwise definitely disagree with many things. Let's see. Pence is Trump's former vice president and running mate before his vice president. We all know about him. Trump said Pence had the ability to change the outcomes of the election. I don't think that was true. Pence has consistently denied that vice president is constitutionally allowed to interfere with the certification of votes and rebuffed any pressure to do so. Yeah, the events of that day. Just poor Pence. I don't like Pence, but it's just like his whole description is just about that. Forever like associated. Ron DeSantis. Definitely don't like this dude. DeSantis is the current governor of Florida. Before that, he was a Florida congressman. DeSantis grabbed headlines in recent years because of his stances on COVID, his very public battle with Disney, and his push for anti-LGBTQ legislation and socially conservative ideas. DeSantis benefited from the endorsement from Trump during his campaign and became governor of Florida, but is now Trump's rival on the campaign trail. We'll see how that goes. Nikki Haley vaguely know about her. She was former South Carolina governor. She was appointed by Trump to be the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Haley made history in 2010 as the first woman and first person of color elected in South Carolina. She has centered foreign policy issues in her campaign, drawing on her time at the United Nations. And while she resigned the Trump White House administration after January 6th, she has continued to have congenial relationship with her former boss. Interesting to to describe it as a congenial. What the fuck does that even mean? Like, I know what the word means. That's not what I mean. It's like, what the fuck is a congenial? Like, what does that entail? They all came off pretty fashy and authoritarian. Yeah. Yes, we are in for a ride. Tim Scott. Let's see. Scott is a South Carolina senator. He's a career politician who started in local politics before becoming a congressman, and then in 2013 became senator. Scott is the only black Republican in the U.S. Senate, but he doesn't center race in his campaign. He does, however, center his faith. Oh no! And he uses Christian talking points on the campaign trail, because that's what the world needs. Chris Christie is one of the fucking dumbest names. I'm sorry. Why? Why? What dumbass parent is like, I know, our last name is Christie. Let's name our son Chris. Like, what happened? Did you take too many benzos? Like, and then name your kid? Let's see. Christie is the former New Jersey governor. He previously was U.S. attorney for the New Jersey and a Trump ally. Now he is outwardly critical of the former president, particularly about his role on January 6th. Oh my God. I'm gonna be old and be like, remember the January 6th? I saw it on the flat telly. Anyways, he went to. He went on to endorse Trump's campaign ahead of his president. Anyways, Trump's 2020 election outcome denial eventually pushed Christie away from the outgoing president. He said, and I quote, I got off the train when he stood up in the West Wing of the White House behind the seal of the president and told us the election was stolen when he didn't have one fact to back it up. I mean, I don't care for these people, but if they're at least on that issue agreeing that it's bullshit, that's good. All of the Republicans that agree with the ex-president should go to jail with him. Yeah. I'm sorry, it's like you're not fit to be serving. Isn't there like a big percentage of like Congress and stuff, like they're on dementia medication? Like, I'm not an ageist. I'm all about people doing things until like well within their years, but there just should some things there should be an age limit just to keep people in touch with the current times, because these people are out of touch. If not, they should be. Anyways, Chris Christie. Vivek Ramaswamy. Ramaswamy is an entrepreneur from Cincinnati, Ohio, who graduated from Harvard University and has never held a political office. He was the CEO of a biochemical company, and he used millions of his own money to launch and fund his presidential run. The son of Indian immigrants, Ramaswamy has consistently attacked the left on cultural issues. At 37 years old, he's hoping to be the youngest president in American history. Ramaswamy said that Trump was a good president and has pledged to pardon him. Oh no, Ramaswamy, Rama no. Rama, oh no. I don't think I'm down with Rama at all. So, Doug Burgum, I don't know. How do you pronounce it?
Here are 5 things to know about North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. He's run.
Okay, Burgum. Burgum is the governor of North Dakota. He's a lifelong North Dakotan and a tech entrepreneur who sold his company to Microsoft in 2011 for more than $1 billion. Before running and winning a 2016 election for North Dakota governor, he never before held political office. North Dakota is one of the country's top oil-producing states, but Burgum has called for a diversification of energy sources and production. He's for the environment, kids. He's a green Republican. Asa Hutchinson? Why don't they have a picture? Former Arkansas governor who served in the George W. Bush administration. Hutchinson was the last to make the debate stage cut off by RNC. He has been vocal in his criticism of both Trump and Joe Biden. Okay. And what about Trump? Well, what about Trump? Hey, Melinda. I think Trump is very busy right now. Trump also refused to go because he's refusing to, like, sign a pledge to, like, if he loses, like, he'll support, like, the candidate who does. Like, he's not going to do that because he's all for that dictatorship, if you know what I mean. So Trump has met the donor and polling thresholds to get onto the debate stage. It's so bad that he didn't because, you know, and I don't think he's planning to because, like, I really want the content. Like, I really want the content of him debating and, like, going back and forth with people. Trump, let's see. Yeah, he's not supporting anybody. Anyways, he says he plans not only to skip this debate, but all upcoming primary debates. He has skipped debates in the past, including 2016 and 2020. Ahead of his first GOP primary debate, Trump sat down for a taped interview with Tucker Carlson that will air on the same night as the debate. Wow. At least we got our content there. Good old Tucker Carlson. I mean, Lord knows he's the best interviewer. For Trump, anyways. As he eschews the debate stage, Trump is mired in legal troubles. The latest indictment from Georgia and grand jury stages, and members of his legal campaign teams for conspiring to overturn the 2020 election. Earlier this year, Trump became the first former president to face criminal charges after an indictment in New York for hiding hush money payments during his 2016 campaign. Trump now faces a total of 91 felony charges across 4 persecution efforts, including 2 federal cases. I just don't even fucking know how he's going to run and then deal with all this at the same time. Like, I just can't formulate that in my head. Let's see. We're not going to watch this whole thing. No future Republican president can pardon him from the state charges. That makes sense. Okay. We're not going to watch this whole thing. I just want to...
It's debate night, but we're...
Oh, no. This is too loud in my ear hole.
We're not in Milwaukee.
What does that look?
Mr. President, thanks for...
Why was that so awkward? Like, why were they just... That was... They could have, like, cut it off, like...
It's debate night, but we're not in Milwaukee.
Could you say something? Could you cut it off? Like, could you cut, like, switch the scenes? Like, why did they do that? And we're not in Milwaukee. And there's, like, a long, awkward pause. Like, what the fuck is going on?
It's debate night, but we're not in Milwaukee.
Mr. President, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Why are you at the Fox News debate tonight in Milwaukee?
Well, you know, a lot of people have been asking me that, and many people said you shouldn't do them, but you see the polls have come out, and I'm leading by 50 and 60 points. And, you know, some of them are at 1 and 0 and 2. And I'm saying, do I sit there for an hour or 2 hours, whatever it's going to be, and get harassed by people that shouldn't even be running for president? Should I be doing that?
Oh, harassed.
And a network that isn't.
Harassed. I love how he equates, like, harassment to being accountable for his views.
Particularly friendly to me, frankly. You know, they were backing Ron DeSanctimonious like crazy, and now they've given up on him. I mean, it's a lost cause.
Ron DeSanctimonious.
It reminded me very much of 2016. You know, in 2016, I went through the same stuff and had to fight them all the way, and then they became very friendly after I won, or just about when I was winning. But I just felt it would be more appropriate not to do the debate. I don't think it's right to do it. If you're leading by 50, 60...
I mean, totally right, Susan, because it's like, he's going to be faced with having to talk about January 6th and this whole, like, mess of a deal.
I have one problem leading by 70 points, and I'm saying, why am I doing it? And I'm going to have 8 people, 10 people, whoever.
Hey, Katrina. Oh, yeah, I like Beau of the Fifth Column. He's really smart. And he's got, like, a really rational head on his shoulders.
I made the debate. I don't know how many it is, but I'm going to have all these people screaming at me, shouting questions at me, all of which I love answering, I love doing, but it doesn't make sense to do them. So I've taken a pass, as you probably noticed.
Well, I did. I'm grateful that you did. It's interesting, though, because you spent a lot of your career.
He's not going to back up anybody. He refused to back up people. You can't participate in a debate, a presidential debate, if you're not, like, planning on backing somebody up. And no, exactly. Trump has this thing where he just, like, pretty much says the exact opposite of, like, how he's really feeling. So, yeah, he doesn't want to answer those questions. He really doesn't.
Career in television.
Yeah.
You had a top show in television on NBC. But you don't feel the need now running for president to do television, obviously. Do you think television is declining?
Well, according to a poll that I guess we just saw, it just came out where it's down like 30, 35%, but I think they were referring to cable. I think cable's down because it's lost credibility. MSNBC, or as they say, MSDNC, is so bad. It's so wrong what they write and what they do and what they say. It's, you know, it's fake news, as I said. I think I came up with that term. I hope I did, because it's a good one. It's not
Trademark.
tough enough anymore. It's corrupt news. You know, really what you do is call corrupt news, but
Fake news.
somehow that doesn't play as nicely.
Fake
but
news.
It is corrupt news. So you have
It's fake, it's corrupted.
MSNBC, and you have CNN, who's absolutely doing no ratings at all. I mean, they're dead. But they're doing none because they don't have credibility. They really don't have credibility. Fox is way down, as you know. And the good old days are long ago. I will say this, it could come back, but they just don't have a lot of credibility, Tucker. You know that perhaps better than anybody. I think it was a terrible move getting rid of you. You were =1 on television, and all of a sudden...
Which of the current field of candidates would consider his endorsement a net positive? I mean, he doesn't even have money for himself. He's gonna bleed his followers dry for every fucking penny. And they're all gonna think it's a holy mission. We must slave for Trump. We must sacrifice so that he can succeed. I've been chewing a lot of ice recently, and then I found out that's, like, actually really bad. So now I have to stop, but I'm, like, looking at it. I'm like, I want to chew ice. Don't chew ice. It's a bad habit.
We're doing this interview, but we'll get bigger ratings using this crazy forum that you're using than probably the debate or competition.
When you say there are people on stage who shouldn't be running for president, who do you mean?
Well, I don't want to really use names,
yes,
but
you
it
do.
wouldn't matter too much. A guy like, I call him Ada Hutchinson. It's Asa, but I call him Ada.
Why do you call him Ada?
You know, I could tell you, but I don't want to get myself in a little trouble. but he's weak and pathetic.
I don't want to get himself into a little bit of trouble. I think is that how he feels about the indictments? Like, just getting it. I don't want to get into a little trouble. He's weak and pathetic.
And he was, I never understood the guy, never knew him. He was the governor of Arkansas. Not a very popular guy. I don't know how he, but that state is such a great state. The people are so incredible in that state, and they love me and I love them. How does this guy get elected governor of Arkansas? But he's nasty always and has been. A guy like Chris Christie, the guy left with a 8%, think of it, 8% approval rating in New Jersey. Now he's running for president. And he runs solely on the basis, oh, let's get Trump. He's like a savage maniac. He's like a lunatic. And that's all he talks about. His poll numbers are very, very low. He's about 2%.
What's he like? You know him well.
No, I've been friendly with him over the years, but I couldn't give him a job because I just never trusted him very much. I was just never one of his people that really trusted him. I never gave him the job. And that's one of the reasons he feels so hurt and so betrayed. And I understand that. I really do. I understand it. But I never gave him. You know, he wanted to be different things. He was looking at different elements of the administration. And we decided, I decided just, I didn't want to do it. And now I'm glad I did because you see. But, you know, we had some great people. I had great people. We'll have even better people if we do this because now I know Washington. Before I didn't know Washington. But guys like Bill Barr were terrible. I mean, they were, I would say, Bushies.
They're terrible.
I say that with respect to the Bush family, but they were Bushies, and it doesn't work out for us.
It was clear, this is kind of far afield, but it was just interesting. I read Barr's account of his time. He wrote a book about it,
right?
His autobiography. And in it, he lies about Jeffrey Epstein's death. Clearly lies. Do you think Epstein killed himself sincerely?
I don't know. I will say that, you know, he was a fixture in Palm Beach.
Yeah.
I don't know what Barr said about it either. I have no idea what he said. What did he say? He killed himself, probably?
He said he killed himself and that they were going to do this investigation. They never did the investigation. It's never been public.
Well,
and they hid it. And, like, why are they doing that? And clearly Barr knew. But why would Bill Barr be covering up the death of Jeffrey Epstein?
Bill Barr didn't do an investigation on the election fraud either, okay? He said he did.
This is conspiracy.
Wayne, the U.S. attorney in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, said Barr just wouldn't let him do it. It was crazy. Barr became so petrified, so frightened of being impeached. They were going to impeach him. I don't know if you remember it.
Yeah.
It's not a big moment in history. But they said, we're going
not
to
as big
impeach
as
you.
me.
They play a much rougher game, the left, the lunatics. And they were going to impeach Bill Barr, and he was petrified. Now, how do you not get impeached? Don't do any of this stuff. But he didn't do the job there. I don't know what he did with Epstein, but possibly he didn't.
Do you think it's possible that Epstein was killed?
Oh, sure, it's possible. I mean, I don't really believe. I think he probably committed suicide. He had a life with, you know, beautiful homes and beautiful everything, and he all of a sudden he's incarcerated and not doing very well. I would say that he did, but there are those people. There are many people. I think you're one of them, right? But a lot of people think that he was killed. He knew a lot on a lot of people.
He was killed. I think the closer you look, I'm not a conspiracy person at all. I believe everything I hear.
Wow.
But yeah, the closer you look into it, I mean, the Attorney General of the United States, your Attorney General, clearly lied about the Epstein death.
Yeah,
and
he was.
Why?
He was certainly. It wasn't well done. They had no cameras. They had no anything. Everybody was sleeping, and you know, a case could be made. Look, I'm not going to get involved in it, but I can tell you, a case could be made either way. But it certainly wasn't the most well.
Does Trump have a running mate? Trump's not backing up anybody else. I mean, there's Ramaswamy, who definitely loves Trump so much that he thinks he can pardon him when he becomes president. But I don't know if Trump cares for anybody.
Run place.
So the reason I'm asking you is I'm looking at the trajectory since 2015 when you got into politics, you know, for real, and then won. It started with protests against you, massive protests,
Right.
organized protests by the left, and then it moved to impeachment twice.
Right.
And now indictment. I mean, the next stage is violence. Are you worried that they're going to try and kill you? Why wouldn't they try and kill you, honestly?
Oh,
They're
no.
savage animals. They are people that are sick, really
They're
sick.
savage.
You have great people in the Democrat Party. You have great people that are Democrats. Most
Yeah.
of the people in our country are fantastic,
no
and I'm
good.
representing everybody.
They're
I'm not just
animals.
Republicans or
Right.
conservatives. I represent everybody. I'm the president of everybody. But I've seen what they do. I've seen the lengths that they go to. When they make up the Russia, when that's exposed and they go down, and Barr should have gone after them, and other people should have gone after, and they did very late, because the Durham report came out. It was fairly good. It could have been a lot tougher, I guess, but it was fairly good. But it explained how corrupt it was. I'll tell you who did a great job was the Inspector General Horowitz. He did a phenomenal report. You didn't have to go to Durham. He did it on Comey and on, I guess, McCabe and some others, and it was a vicious, it was basically a true.
I honestly don't know. The Republican debate could be an audition for Trump's running mate. Interesting. So he hasn't appointed anyone yet. Marjorie Taylor Greene aims to be... This was posted in January 25th, though. Oh, man. MTG as vice president? Holy fuck, no. Would Vivek Ramaswamy be... I don't... See, that's where what I think he would try, but I don't know if Trump would really care for that. He should ask Tucker Carlson. Oh, my God.
Report how bad they are.
Could you imagine?
But these people are sick
I don't
people.
want to.
These are people that I think they hate our country. You want to know the truth? When you see open borders, when you see these policies that they have, and so many other things, it's so sad to see. You know, we have a country that's very fragile right now. I've never seen. I will say, look. I ran in 16, which was 15, but I ran in 16, election in 16, and there was tremendous spirit. In 20, there was even more spirit. We got millions and millions more votes. You know, it wasn't even a
Millions
contest. People
and
said, well, what'd you
millions.
think of 20? I said, we did much better. We did. You got to base it on the number of votes. We got many more votes in 20 than we did in 16. But the election was rigged. It was a rigged election. And with COVID, they use COVID to cheat in a lot of different things, and we have so much on it. It's like
Watch it.
so
Watch
easy.
it.
But we had judges that didn't want to look. We had people who didn't want to get involved. They called you, he's a conspiracy theorist if you say anything about the election. But I have never seen spirit like there is right now. Even coming down here, just the people on the road that are just absolutely going crazy.
Where?
And the reason
Where?
is, yeah, I think they like me, and I know they love
Where?
my policies. I hope they like me too. You know, a lot of people say they don't like me, but they like my I think they like me. But I have never
I
seen
think they
spirit
like me.
it is right now. And the reason is because crooked Joe Biden is so bad. He's the worst president in the history of our country. I don't think he's going to make it to the gate, but, you know, you never know. But he's a corrupt person, so corrupt that I took the name off Hillary. You know, I don't do two people at one time. I took the crooked Hillary and I retired the name. That was a good day for her. I bet she was very happy. And I used it for Joe because it's crooked Joe. But Joe is really...
But you don't think he's going to make it to November of 24?
Well, I think he's worse mentally than he is physically. And physically, he's not exactly a triathlete.
He's not wrong. Joe Biden's an old fucking dude.
Or any kind of an athlete. You look at him, he can't walk to the helicopter. He walks. He can't lift his feet out of the grass. You know,
He's
it's
not
only
wrong.
2 inches
He's not
at the
wrong.
White House, right? That's not a lot. But you watch him, and it looks like he's walking on toothpicks. And then you see him on the beach where he can't lift a chair. You know, those chairs are meant to be light, right? They're like 2 ounces.
Yeah.
You lift them up. He can't lift the chair. He can't walk to the chair. And I don't know what they're
This
doing
is
with
the-
the beach.
this is the
You know,
good Trump
The beach
content.
is seeming to play a big role, but they love pictures of him on the beach. I think he looks terrible on the beach. He looks terrible on the
He
beach.
looks
getting
terrible
legs.
on the
Well,
beach.
he can't walk through the sand. You know, sand is not that easy to walk through, but when he walks through it, he can't walk through the sand. And there's somebody in there that
can't-
thinks
you
he
can't
looks
walk through the
fabulous at the
sand.
beach. I think he looks horrible at the beach.
He looks
Plus,
horrible.
the beach
He's
doesn't
pasty.
represent what a president's supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be working. You're supposed to be getting us out of that horrible, horrible war that we're very much involved in with Russia and Ukraine. You could do that. You could do that very easily. I believe you could do that very. I don't believe he could do it because he's just incompetent. But that's a war that should end immediately, not because of one side or the other, because hundreds of thousands of people are being killed. Can you imagine you're in an apartment house and rockets are going into
Yeah,
that building
but
and blowing it
NATO.
up and knocking it down? And who can? Why should anything? Why should anybody, human beings,
I mean, that's
whether
the
they're
whole
Russian
problem
or Ukrainian
is
or whatever they
Ukraine
are,
is not part of NATO.
it's got to be stopped, and it can be stopped very easily. It would have never started if I were president. It would have never started.
So just back to Biden, I'm interested. So you think
Trump golfed more than anyone else after saying he would never golf if he became president. He
he's
golfed all the
failing? He
time.
obviously is failing. I think it's clear to everybody. But that would make Kamala Harris the candidate?
Well, not really. I mean, I guess they'd have maybe a free-for-all. A lot of people say she has to remain for certain reasons, the candidate. She has to. I don't think that's true, actually. I don't think that other people would stand for it. She has some bad moments. Her moments are almost as bad as his. I think his are worse, actually.
Yeah.
But
She seems pretty senile, too.
she speaks in rhyme. It's weird. It's weird. But she has bad moments. And
In rhyme? What do you...
well, the way she talks, the bus will go here and then the bus will go there. Because that's what buses do. And it's weird. The
fuck?
whole thing is weird. This is not
the
a president of the United States future. And I think they probably have some kind of a primary and other people will get involved.
Newsom, right? I mean,
Could be. I mean, I always got along well with him, believe it or not. But could be him, could be somebody else. He's got a big load on his shoulders because you look at California. what's
Kamala
happening.
Harris is kind of fucked up,
But
though.
I don't know if the American people really, the people that vote for him, I don't even know if they care. You look at so many of the things that are going on, and people don't seem to be. In the old days, if you had a bad record, it meant a lot. Today, if you have a bad record, it doesn't really mean anything. He looks good. He's a nice-looking guy, speaks well. But Biden, every time you watch him talking, it's like he's walking on eggs. You're waiting for him to collapse. And he almost always does. And I got to know the leaders of all of the countries, essentially, but the big ones. And the bigger, the tougher the leader. It's like sort of, I guess maybe that's the way it's supposed to be. But I got to know President Xi of China and Putin and Kim Jong-un, North Korea. Did a great job with North Korea, kept us out of a nuclear war. We would have 40,000 dead soldiers right now. They'd drop a nuke right on top of the military base. But we have 40,000 soldiers over there. And I did great. I got along with
whatever.
him great. That's a positive. The press said, he said nice things about Kim Jong-un. I also said horrible things at the beginning. Horrible enough that he wanted to
He's a really nice guy. If you just only meet him.
talk. And we talked, and we met in Singapore. We met actually twice. And we had unbelievable meetings. I know him very well. We were in great shape with him.
what do you think he and Xi and Putin think of Biden?
I think they can't believe it. I think they
They
probably
can't
say
believe
this
it.
is some kind of a system. They had great respect for our country. They respected me. They had great respect for our country when I was there.
No, they don't.
Every one of them. Look, if you go to North Korea, you take a look at what happened. The Olympics was dead. South Korea spent billions on the Olympics. Nobody was going to go. They didn't want to get blown up. They called me and they said, we are going to let the Olympics proceed. This is North Korea. I said, you should go into the Olympics. Put your athletes in. It wasn't like, they were big on athletes because,
Famine.
but they went in and they actually participated. And within about 2 days, the entire thing was sold out.
Oh, he's so great. This guy's great. The whole country's in famine, but it's great. He's a nice guy. People are only suffering in
And if
that
it wasn't me,
country,
that
but
would have
hey.
never happened. But I got along very well with him, and that's a positive thing. He does have massive nuclear power, by the way. And if Hillary would have gotten in, or if the Obama thought process continued, it would have been a nuclear war, absolutely, with North Korea. He was expecting to go into a war, and it would have been a nuclear war.
So do you think the rest of the world looks on at Biden and thinks someone else has got to be running the government?
Well, somebody else has to be. I don't think he's capable of doing anything. Look, when I debated him, I said, how come, and this was in front of probably not a friend of yours, Chris Wallace. He was the moderator.
Not a friend.
I said, why is it he wants to be Mike, but he doesn't have the talent? It's one of those
bitchy little man.
He wanted to be his father, but he didn't have the talent of his father was great.
He's a little fussy man.
His father interviewed me in 60 Minutes. It was actually a 10. Can you believe it?
No, I totally believe his father had talent, at least.
I may have been the only guy that he gave a good 60 Minutes to. He was rough.
Really?
His father was tough. He was great, though. He was great at what he did. But Chris Wallace was so upset. He was guarding this guy, who wouldn't do a show, by the way. You know, he wouldn't do. I figured, I didn't mind Chris Wallace because Biden wouldn't do a show. And it was very obvious. You know, he kept asking him and asking, but he wouldn't do the show. So I figured he's got to like me. But he came from a different planet. But remember when I asked the question, why is it that the mayor of Moscow's wife is allowed to give you $3.5 million? Don't forget, that was brought up. Now it's brought up all the time, but that was brought up by me long before anyone ever heard of it. I said, the mayor of Moscow's wife giving you $3.5 million. What did you do to deserve $3.5 million? To Biden. And Chris Wallace said, this has nothing to do with the debate. I mean, he fought.
He got in the way of the question.
No, well, it was crazy. And I said, well, wait a minute. He got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. Now, people forget that, but if you go back and take a look, you will see. And Chris Wallace didn't want me to ask that question. I said, I think it's a very appropriate question. It turned out to be much more appropriate than people thought.
Amazing.
Amazing.
So do you have a preference in, assuming you're the Republican nominee and all goes as you plan it to go, do you have a preference in who you run against?
In many ways, I'd love to run against him because his record's so bad. You know, it's still horrible when you look at inflation and everything else, but others also have very bad records. I mean, California's a bad record, so, you know, should it be Gavin or should it be somebody else? When I look at San Francisco, what's happened to that incredible city? That was one of the greatest cities in the world. Just
now bring up all the money you and your kids have received from different countries, right?
Los Angeles. Every city, practically, all the Democrat-run cities. You know, Republican-run cities are doing very nicely because they arrest people when you have crimes. And they don't go after political candidates because they think it's good. You know, I mean, it's like been amazing. My poll numbers are the highest I've ever had. But because people understand it.
Well, can I just ask you, that
Yes.
gets back to my original question. So if the protest didn't work, you got elected anyway.
Yeah.
Impeachment didn't work twice, obviously. Indictment is not working. Your poll numbers go up. When they raided Mar-a-Lago in August of last year, your numbers went up. They can indict you 20 times, and you're not gonna lose the Republican primary because of that.
Well,
So,
it
like,
makes it look
It's
even
true.
more
I
ridiculous.
mean, there's an astonishing amount of people that are still for Trump. Like, it's pretty disgusting if you ask me. There's a lot of deleted people. You know, these are people that don't even read, like, the indictments. They don't read all the information because they're convinced that it's all just made up and make-believe. So they don't even bother doing any ounce of research, like, whatsoever. So it's just purely on faith. I mean, this is a religion. It literally is like the religion of Trump. They are religious. He is their Messiah.
The 4 indictments, and maybe there'll be more. I don't know. These people are crazy.
But they're counterproductive. So if you chart it out, it's an escalation, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So what's next? After, try to put you in prison for the rest of your life, that's not working. So, like, don't they have to kill you now?
I think the people of our country don't get enough credit for how smart they are. And I'm not sure I would have said this 10 years ago, but they get it. You know, they really get it. When somebody gets indicted, your poll numbers go down. When somebody gets indicted, you announce, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be leaving to spend time with my family and to fight for the rest of my life on this stuff. But you're out of politics. I got indicted 4 times. All trivia, nonsense.
I know, the victim,
bullshit.
like,
it's all bullshit
mentality.
It's horrible when you look and you look at what they're doing. The boxes hoax. I'm covered by the Presidential Records Act. I'm allowed to do exactly that. He's not covered, and he's got 25 times the number of boxes. And he's got them stored in Chinatown. He's got them stored in a flimsy garage underneath his Corvette at Penn. And by the way, at Penn, he gets millions of dollars. China pays this guy millions of dollars. See, I think he's the most corrupt president we've ever had. And he also has the distinction of being the most incompetent. And I believe both. I mean, he's both incompetent and corrupt.
So
and
who is running
I
the
actually
government?
believe he's compromised because China knows so much about him. They know where the money comes from. They know where it is, who paid it, and they probably paid it. Well, they do pay Penn, and he gets $1 million. I think he takes $999,000 because keeps it a little bit under $1 million, like by $1. But he, in many ways, is a Manchurian candidate. We have a Manchurian candidate, and he's afraid to tell Russia to get out of Cuba. He's afraid to tell China to get out of Cuba. He's afraid. China now is building, think of this.
China?
China's building military installations in Cuba. The Cuban population of Miami is not too happy because they're never going to be able to go back. And you don't even hear about it. And the worst culprit is the press, the media, because normally, when I first heard that China's building installations in Cuba, and installations means military installations, okay, they said just some communication. They did that on the islands with Japan. They took the island, they started this massive construction, and they told everybody, including the Japanese have to be very careful.
Oh my
They told
God!
everybody
Listening to him is
that
just
this
like
is a housing development.
listening to
They're
a
gonna build housing
senile
development.
grandpa like ramble
And I said, how
on
come
and
the
on.
runway is 20,000
That's the
feet
thing.
long?
God, how does he just ramble? Just ramble, ramble, ramble.
Private jets need 4,000 feet. They don't need 20,000 feet. The big ones need 20,000 feet. They don't even need 20. And I looked at the runway. I said, that's the largest runway ever built, both in width and length, for housing development. There's nobody that has a plane that big that you would have a runway that's
Why
that's
is
for
China
testing.
allowed to conduct imperialism in our hemisphere?
Well, yeah, and it's far beyond Cuba. It's all over South America.
Yeah, in the Caribbean.
So we built a thing called the Panama Canal. We lost 35,000 people to the mosquito, malaria.
Yeah.
We lost 35,000 people building. We lost 35,000 people because of the mosquito. Vicious. They had to build under nets. It was.
What? 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 The mosquito. The mosquito. You can't even say mosquitoes, just like the mosquito. We lost it to the mosquito. The mosquito, it killed many people. That's gotta be exaggerated. What the fuck is he even talking about? What the hell does Panama Canal have anything to do with fucking anything? This is what I'm talking about. Like, he just fucking rambles. Does he even know where he's at right now? Like, this guy just, like, goes on a roll, and it's just, like, just the one mosquito. Yes, just one. The mosquito. 35,000 people went around, killed everyone. What the fuck are we listening to? Did he just, like, did they have a break and he took a bong hit? Like, what the fuck?
One of the true great wonders of the world, as he said, one of the 9 wonders of the world. No, it was one of the 7. It happened a little while ago, It says 9 wonders of the world. You could make 9 wonders. He would have been better off if he stuck with the 9 and just said, yeah, I think it's 9.
Kung Flu.
But this is one of the true 7 wonders of the world. And you take a look at the Panama Canal. It was such an incredible engineering marvel. We sold it under Jimmy Carter. We sold it to Panama for $1. The following day, they quadrupled the amount of money the ships had to pay to get across. They didn't lose one ship.
The fuck?
And now they've made it much bigger, and now they've widened it. They've doubled it.
I
Right?
looked.
They've more than doubled
Tucker
it.
is just sitting there, like,
And it's one of the
soaking it
most
all up.
profitable things.
I bet you $1 billion.
It's
I bet you $1 billion. Tucker's like, his brain is like wandering somewhere else. Like, he's just looking at him. He's not even listening. Which should be easy for Tucker Carlson because he only has like 2 expressions, which is like confused and then like surprised, and that's it. Or laughing uncontrollably.
just incredible, right? We gave it away for $1. China now
Hello,
controls
Astro.
it. They actually control the Panama Canal. They run it, they control it. And we shouldn't let that happen.
Oh my
and
God.
we can't let China be in Cuba. And they'll get out. If I'm president, they'll get out. Because I had a very good relationship with President Xi, but he respected this country, he respected me, and he'll get out. And we can't let them run the Panama Canal. We built the Panama Canal. Should have never been given to Panama. We should have had it. But we gave it for $1. Think of it. They quadrupled. In one day, they lifted the fees, which are, you know, pretty big, for these massive ships to go through, right? Rather than going around the Cape and through all the tremendous storms, such beauty, such, you know, when you, it's beautiful stuff. But you didn't want to get caught in those storms. Those were storms that wiped out the biggest ships. And we go through the Panama Canal, we built it, and we gave it away for $1. Think of that, how stupid are we? We have done the stupidest things in this country. And now we have a president that can't put two sentences together, can't speak, can't walk, can't talk. I don't think he gets to the starting gate, but these people do miracles. I mean, he ran out of his basement, and you got away with that one because of COVID, so he sort of got away with it. They cheated on the election. But you have people that are very smart, but they're fascists, and they're radical left lunatics, and they're destroying our country with the all-electric cars and the windmills all over the place, which...
The windmills, the electric cars.
By the way, don't work, and they're
They don't
all,
work.
most of them made in China. For the most part, they're made in China. Germany a little bit, but China. But you look at what's happening to our country, even no voter ID.
The windmills are ruining this country.
I mean, why don't they want voter ID? There's only one reason they don't want voter ID, because
It's the windmills and the mosquito. The windmills and the mosquito. It's a travesty. They're killing people. They're killing people. The windmills are blowing the mosquito all around. Hi, Cassie.
they want to cheat. I mean, who doesn't want, you know, the Democrat convention, the last one, they had voter ID that was this big. It looked like a prison card, this big on their chest. You walked in, they had your picture, your this, your fingerprint. They had everything. The most incredible voter ID I've ever seen. That was to get into the Democrat National Convention. But to get into vote, if you buy groceries, if you buy practically anything now, you have ID on a card, credit cards or otherwise.
The mosquito
Don't you
is
think it's
full of
racist
cancer.
to have to show your ID?
Well, they probably say that. They use anything not to show ID because voter ID is pretty simple. And we could go back, and we should go back to all paper ballots, voter ID, same-day voting. You know, France did it. France had mail-in ballots, and it was terrible. Anytime you have
Apparently, he
mail-in
forgot
ballots,
about the
you're gonna have massive
Louisiana
cheating
Purchase.
on your elections. Anytime, but not just the presidential election. Anytime you have
Isn't that the whole point of them? So
yeah.
you can
Oh,
cheat?
yeah, sure. It's their whole point. That's their whole point. They want to cheat. Yeah. They have to cheat because their policies are so bad that if they didn't cheat, they couldn't get elected. Who wants open borders? Who wants high taxes? Who wants high interest rates? Who wants to
I would have built the wall.
not be able
The
to
wall is great. It was working.
use a gas stove or have to drive an electric car, which, you know, you have a 4-hour drive, but the car only goes an hour and a half, so you have to charge it. The happiest moment for somebody in an electric car is the first 10 minutes. In other words, you get it charged, and now for 10 minutes. The unhappiest part is the next hour because you're petrified that you're not going to be found another charger. People, I'm saying if people, I'm not knocking electric cars, they're fine. They're fine. But if people want to buy a gasoline car or a hybrid, hybrids are pretty good actually, but they should be allowed to buy. They don't want to do any of this. So right now, California's in a big brownout because their grid is a disaster. The grid all over the
It's a
country is sort of a
disaster.
disaster, but the grid in California. And yet, they want to have in a very short period of time millions and millions of cars going off that grid, essentially. It doesn't work.
So plug your car into a grid that's failing.
You should be able to buy an electric car. You know, electric cars could be fine if you drive short distances and you want to have, you know, whatever, and you have plug-ins everywhere you go. They could be fine. But you got to have gasoline cars. You got to have everything. Let people buy everything. Now there's the new thing is your.
This makes no fucking sense. He was kind of coherent, but now that we've hit like past the halfway mark, it's just listening to old man Rivers like mumble.
Or heating systems in the house. They don't want you to have a modern-day heating system. They want you to use a heating system that will cost you at least $10,000 to buy and won't work very well. You know, none of the stuff works as well. One of the things I did with EPA is you have states, many states, most of the states have so much water. You know, it comes out of heaven, right? The water pours down, and you have it. It's there. It's got a...
The water comes straight from heaven. It's God pissing on us. He's just taking a little tinkle right on our heads.
Go wherever it goes, into the oceans, whatever.
We look up and
It's
open
not
our
like a
mouths.
big problem. Now, in some states, they have a problem. You know, you have some desert areas and all, and for that, it's okay. But they have sinks where no water comes out. You turn it on, no water comes out. No water comes out of the shower. No water is allowed to go into the washing machine for your dishes or for your clothing or what. And I avoided all of that.
Wait, they have sinks where no water comes out?
Sure, you have restrictors. When I say no water, very little water. You want to wash your hands, right?
Yeah.
And you've seen this, and you turn on the sink, and it's very little. Or you want to wash your beautiful hair, right? And you're standing under a shower, and the suds never go. The water comes out very slowly. I'm sure you've seen this. It usually takes place in new hotels and new homes.
Yeah, you take a drill and take the
They have
limiter out.
Well, you can, but
This is not even like... This isn't even like interview worthy like conversation. This is just like two dudes. Like they just as well be sitting in the backyard with a beer. Like
now they make it so you can't do that so easily. They have a restrictor. It's called a restrictor, and it restricts the water from coming out. So I ended all of that.
it's no good. I put my hands under there. It's just a tiny tinkle, just 2 drops. 2 drops. I gotta wash my whole hands. My massive hands. They're huge. Look at them. They're incredible. I can't wash them.
And you have to see these, they let the water come out. You know what people do? They wash their hands like 5 times longer, or in the washing machine, they'll press for their, let's say the dishwasher, they'll press it, then they'll press it about 7 or 8 times.
Yeah.
They'll end up using more water, and it still won't be very good. I met with the head of Whirlpool. They were practically going out of business during my administration, and they said to me, from Ohio, incredible, great state, I love Ohio, and they were really doing badly because people were dumping washing machines all over, mostly from South Korea, but also from China. And he was explaining it's just a terrible situation. I said, let me ask you, how's the quality? He says, we're better, but they are good enough quality. But, you know, of course he's going to say that, but, you know, they are better. He said, but they don't allow us. They're dumping these machines. They're cutting us in half. They're killing us. And on top of it, the government won't let us use water in our machines. I mean, he shows me like a quarter of a bottle of water. That's supposed to be washing clothing. And I freed it all up, and I put tariffs on these countries that were selling and the machines coming into the country. And that company went from all the washing machine companies, they make washing machines, they make dryers, they make all of the different machines that do this kind of work, including dishwashers. And they went from a disaster area to being just thriving.
But can I ask
They
why,
love me in that part of Ohio.
Well, I bet they do, but why should EPA, no one at EPA was elected by anybody,
Yeah.
why do they have the power to decide how much water your washing machine uses? Shouldn't Congress in a democracy get to vote on that?
Yeah, you could say that. They do things that are not very...
So how do you, that's my question, how do you, if you get elected again, go back to Washington, how do you keep the agencies under control? How do you keep FBI and CIA specifically under control?
The way you do it, like I fired Comey, that was a big deal. You know, a lot of people said, and I fired him very early. Somebody said, oh, I wish...
Trump had his whole ACN business that was pretty much trying to be like a singular source of like water supply and like electricity. There's a certain term for it, like when you eliminate all competition, business competition, and you only have like one company only to choose from.
You would have fired him. There was a real question about firing him anyway.
So
you
he's
understand.
not, he's not about like multiple like options for purchasing. He's all about like funneling it all into one thing.
And when they have a 10-year term, There is a question. I fired Comey. That was a great thing. If I didn't fire Comey, maybe I wouldn't be talking to you, or I'd be talking to you about real estate or something else other than politics, right? That was a coup, in my opinion. That was a very sick deal. That was the insurance policy. You remember the insurance
like a monopoly,
policy?
okay.
Oh, she's going to win, darling. She's going to win. But just in case she doesn't, we have an insurance policy. An insurance policy was what they were doing. And we caught them with that. That was a very important tweet or whatever it was, text. It was a big deal. That was a big deal. The insurance policy. She's going to win 100 million to 1. That's not good odds. At least they gave me 1, right? 100 million to 1. But just in case she doesn't win, we have an insurance policy. And everybody said, that's strange. That's strange. But we caught all of that because I fired Comey. Because when I fired Comey, it was like throwing a rock into a hornet's nest, into a nest of bees, and the place went crazy.
So when you were president, are you confident that you knew everything, say, CIA was doing around the world?
No, I'm not. It's a very interesting group of people. I had very good relationships, I thought, but I was a little surprised when I got out that, things go on. Look, it's...
What were you surprised by?
I was surprised. I think it's some of the people. I was surprised that there was... I had a group of people. Look, we killed many, using the CIA, I have to say this, very bad actors. We were very good at it. You look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, bigger than Osama bin Laden. I mean, Osama bin Laden, but al-Baghdadi did ISIS, and he was rebuilding ISIS very strongly.
And that was the CIA that did that?
That was really us that did that.
Yeah.
That was really us that did that. And Soleimani was us that did that, not so much CIA. But we did some very good work with the CIA. But I started, when I looked at the 51 intelligence agents saying that was the laptop from hell was Russia disinformation, when I took a look at that, I said, that's a horrible thing. They knew it wasn't. They knew it was not. And by the way, you're talking about cheating on the election? McLaughlin and Fabrizio, great pollsters, they said a thing like that plus other things meant anywhere from 10 to 17% of the vote would change.
Whatever happened to Mike Pence? You've always been nice to Pence. I've never heard you criticize Pence. You've defended him in public many, many times. He's out there attacking you. What is that? So
Mike wants to run for president. You got to understand, in my opinion, Mike Pence had the absolute right to send the votes back to the legislatures. The Democrats and everybody said,
yeah, but he didn't want to.
You don't have the right. In other words, what I said, is he a human conveyor belt? You mean if he finds fraud in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in any of these states, Arizona, he has to send them to Mitch McConnell, right? That's right, sir. Well, if he finds fraud, he has to? Yes, sir. I said, so he's just...
Mitch McConnell didn't even want to do that.
Well,
nobody wanted to do that.
I said, I don't agree with that. And we had some lawyers, not all, we had some lawyers that said, no, you do have the right to send them back to the legislatures to be rechecked. Because if you looked at what went on in Wisconsin, who, by the way, now agree with me, Wisconsin has been virtually, other than the fact they're not allowed to do anything statutorily, but Wisconsin has been, I mean, what they found is incredible. I mean, we won Wisconsin. But Mike Pence had the right, in my opinion, to send them back.
Do you ever
in
talk
my
to him now?
opinion.
No, I haven't spoken to him in a long time. I was very disappointed in him. I didn't want to do what Thomas Jefferson did. Thomas Jefferson.
Is he publicly saying national secrets?
And it was, hear ye, hear ye, the great state of Georgia is not capable or allowed to tabulate their votes.
Tabulate the
And Thomas
votes.
Jefferson, who was the vice president, said, is Georgia sure that they cannot tabulate their votes? Georgia is sure. He didn't send it back and have them redo it. He said, we will keep the votes of the great state of Georgia for Thomas Jefferson and his president. I didn't ask him for that. Could have done that too, but I didn't. I thought that would be turmoil. I asked him to send him back to his legislature, to the legislatures, in Wisconsin, let's say.
But why didn't he? I mean, you'd worked together for 4 years. You're the president. He's VP. You say you're aligned on everything.
I think he got very bad advice. I really do. Now, let me tell you what happened. I sat there with a few people I think his lawyer was in the room too. His lawyer was very much against it. There were other lawyers that felt you could do it. It was one of those things. I think you could have done it. I think you can always do something if you see fraud or if you see problems. But it's very interesting. So after the election was over, the rhinos got together with the Democrats and they redid the election, so you couldn't do it anymore. So then I called the people. I said, so in other words, you're saying I was right. You could do it. Yes, you could do it. In other words, they took the Voting Act and they redid it so the vice president no longer has the power to do what I said he could do. So when that happened, I said, wow. So, and you know, you'd look some of these Democrats in the eye and they say, he has absolutely no right to do it.
This is just so deranged. Like,
And
I'm almost
immediately
speechless.
after the election, they met rhinos, could name them all, and Democrats, and they approved legislation that takes away the right of the vice president to do it. So I said,
That's a really
so you're
weird
saying I was right.
way to
The vice
say
president did have the
life-threatening
right to do it,
illegal
and they said,
conspiracy.
yes, he did.
So if you're saying they stole it from you,
He's sitting there with like 91 federal charges. I mean, and he's still like trying to make this out as if he didn't do anything. He's making it out like it's his duty to like do that. Like he's there for the sake of justice. But and people believe it. People believe it wholeheartedly. They won't even look at the evidence against that. They won't read it. They literally close their eyes. They put their fingers in their ears. They go la 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 la, na 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 happening. This is my president.
last time, why wouldn't they do the same this time?
Oh, well, they'll try. They're going to be trying, yeah. But, and not only me, you know. Look, DeSantis is out. I think he's gone. So he was at a level. People figured him out. He's gone. But if somebody else got in, other than me, they'll go at him just as viciously as they did me. These people are sick. They will go after them. And a lot of people say they won't be able to hold up. I do get credit for holding up quite well, I must tell you. I think it's...
How do you do that? How do you get indicted, every week and stay cheerful?
It's...
because he's on tons of medication and he's deranged.
A lot easier because I'm so high in the polls, because it means the people get it. The people see it's a fraud.
Well, he's a narcissist. I mean, like, they don't comprehend any wrongdoing. They don't see it as, like, they just live in this delusion that they haven't done anything wrong. Yeah, that's right, Mark. They wanted a complete gallows for Mike Pence. I mean, they literally threatened his life.
The people see it like this.
Frankly, Pence, I imagine he's like so sick of Trump.
Horrible district attorney from just a little while ago, from essentially Atlanta, that's Fulton County. She said, basically, I don't have any right to challenge an election. Well, what about Stacey Abrams? What about Hillary Clinton? What about all of these Democrats that are still challenging my election? The same people that are saying he's challenging an election challenged my election. And they did it with slates. They did it with all sorts of things. They were very bad about it. But basically, they're suing me, and they're saying, you don't have any right to challenge it. If you challenge an election, we're going to indict you and put you in jail. So what they're doing is they've weaponized, and don't kid yourself, the DOJ and Biden and the whole group, they're watching all of this stuff. They love the local stuff. You know, the DA in Manhattan. Not only that, they put one of the DOJ top people into the Manhattan DA's office to run things. They don't even have a case against me. It's not even a case. Everyone says, even the Democrats say, you can't bring these cases. You have no case. The Attorney General or the District Attorney, Fannie Willis, in Atlanta, she's getting killed. Basically, she's saying Trump doesn't have the right to criticize an election. But you've been around long enough now. You've seen many elections criticized. I mean, Hillary Clinton goes crazy. Every time she talks, she says, he's not the president. Jimmy Carter said, he's not the president. Well, I am the president. Hillary Clinton called me, by the way, at 3:02 in the morning to congratulate me the night of the election.
Did her voice crack?
Well, her voice was, it's very different, I will say. I won't get into that. But
What do you mean?
her voice was very different. Don't forget, they were all celebrating at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I came home and I said, you know, I think we won. I felt we won because the rallies are so big. You know, we'd go to Wisconsin and we'd go to Georgia. We'd go to different states. In Michigan, we'd have rallies. In Pennsylvania, we had 58,000 people in Butler. And I said, you know, how are we losing this? How do you have a rally where you have from 50 to 100,000 people, many of them? You know, I did 7 a day for a couple of days. That's a lot. That's a lot. These are big rallies, too. And I didn't hold back. I didn't say, let's make them little, let's do
MC.
abbreviations, right? But they challenged this stuff.
But you're not the
Hillary
president anymore.
called me up
Exactly.
And conceded. Now, the word is that Obama said you have to do that. But she called up and totally conceded. But now, you know, every time you see her on television, she's saying, like, well, she's challenging the election.
Do you think
So that would mean that she should be indicted, but that would mean also that Stacey Abrams in Georgia should be indicted because she still
what?
thinks she won the election for governor. She still thinks that. She's never recanted. And
do you think Stacey Abrams will be indicted for that?
She also
No, of
didn't
course not.
encourage
The
a
Democrats
mob.
don't get indicted for things like that. They don't get impeached.
You
No, it's a
encouraged
different
violence.
thing.
You
With that
had your
being said,
fucking
Yes.
I had
mob
great
buddies
support
go and
when they
attack the
did
Capitol.
impeachment
Like,
hoax number one and
hello,
impeachment
are
hoax
we
number
not
two.
like
Jim Jordan, the
understanding
House
that?
was
Did we
fantastic.
forget?
And actually, the Senate was very good for me. Other than, you know, Mitch McConnell, I think if he had, it's too bad I endorsed him. He was begging, he was going to lose that race, and I endorsed him, and he ended up winning the race because of my endorsement. He was down, he was going to lose to Amy McGrath. She was $90 million in cash, all set to go. She was leading by 3. He was going down. I did him a favor, and then 3-4 months later, he really wanted to impeach me. He's a bad guy. But if you look at what's going on politically, so interesting. The level of loyalty is different in politics than it is in normal life, I will say. With that being said, I've had great loyalty also. But the House was fantastic. The Senate was very good. You know, they overrode Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell, in my opinion, was trying to get senators to impeach me, especially for the second one. And on the first one, he acted very, very slow. He should have gone much faster. But Mitch McConnell wanted to, and the senators went up to him, guys that are
Well, we actually did end up watching this whole thing.
subservient to him.
It's only
because he
3
gives
minutes
money.
left.
You know, he gives them money. He gives them a lot of money. He raises some money and he gives it to them, and therefore they do what he said. That's the only form of leadership he's got.
This did nothing to like talk about like his current views or plans on things. This is just all like gabbing and just rambling.
So last question, if you're elected president again, what's your number one priority?
Oh, here
When
we
you ran
go.
last time you said I will
Something.
build a wall.
The last 3
This
minutes
time
of the
your
interview, now we're gonna talk
bottom
about
line
this stuff?
Top promise to the
So
country.
you can do numerous things at the same time.
Of course.
But let's say number one is a border. And taking
no.
hundreds of thousands of criminals that have been allowed into our country and getting them
This
out and
again?
bringing them back to their country, Guatemala. By the way,
Guatemala.
not only the 4 countries that we think of as neighbors, all over the world. Last month, we had 149 countries represented. Think of it. We had 149 countries represented, Tucker, from places that many people never even heard of, coming into our country. And they're coming in from mental institutions, and they're coming in from prisons. They're emptying out their prisons all over South America. They're emptying out their mental institutions. Terrorists are pouring into our country. We have no idea. I had the strongest border in the history
I mean, he's just kind of back to the old usual rigmarole of there's rapists entering our country.
of our country. And I built almost 500 miles of wall. You know, they like to say, oh, was it less? No. I built 500 miles. In fact, if you check with the authorities on the border, we built almost 500 miles of wall. And I had another 200 that I was going to build. You know, it's like water. It seeks.
Has
And we were gonna build
anybody
another
actually
200. We
seen
built
the
it.
Trump
It was all
wall?
set to go.
It's
All they had to do was
ridiculous. It
install
doesn't
it. It
even
would have taken
stand
3
up.
weeks. And that's when I found out. I said, I think these people actually want open borders. The first thing I would do would be I would seal up the border good and tight, except for people that want to come in legally.
Do you think we're moving towards civil war?
There's tremendous passion and there's tremendous love. You know, January 6th was a very interesting day because they don't report it properly. I believe it was the largest crowd I've ever spoken before. And you know some of the crowds I've spoken before. And like July 4th on the Mall, I think they had 1 million people there. But I think that the biggest crowd I've ever spoken before was on January 6th. And people that were in that crowd, a very, very small group of people, and we said patriotically and peacefully, peacefully and patriotically, right? Nobody ever says that. Go peacefully and patriotically. But
Yeah.
people that were in that crowd, that
didn't happen.
very small group of people went down there, and then there are a lot of scenarios that we can talk about. But people in that crowd said it was the most beautiful day they've ever experienced. There was love in that crowd. There was love and unity. I have never seen such spirit.
Yeah,
and
it was
such
a real
passion and
hippie
such
fest.
love.
Everyone was just laying
And
on the
I've also
grass,
never
doing
seen
LSD and blowing
simultaneously and from the
bubbles.
same people such hatred of what they've done to our country.
So do you think it's possible that there's open conflict? We seem to be moving towards something.
I don't know, because I don't know what it, you know, I can say this. There's a level of passion that I've never seen. There's a level of hatred that I've never seen, and that's probably a bad combination.
Donald Trump, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very much.
Thank you.
That is a bad combination, by the way.
Bad combination. Thank you.
Wow, enlightening. So that's where Trump is now. So let's see. We already went through all the candidates. Let's get down. Let's get ready to rumble. Ooh, I have to pee. Good night, Flower Dragon. Thank you for coming. And Patricia. Here we go. This is exciting. I should have got more water. Oh well.
Tonight, the race for the White House.
Why is
takes
this so
flight.
quiet?
Welcome to the first debate of the 2024 presidential campaign, live at Fiserv Forum in Milwaukee.
8 Republican candidates have qualified and have chosen to be here on our debate stage tonight. They are here to lay out.
Like, why is that really quiet? Like, what is happening? Why is this so quiet? I don't understand.
Their vision for America, the battle as they battle for the GOP nomination. Good evening, everybody. I'm Martha McCallum.
And I'm Brett Baer. This is the very same stage on which the Republican choice for president will accept the party's nomination next summer. The 8 contenders are positioned by the order they sit.
Is anyone else terrified of any Republican winning at this point? I'm terrified of the Democrats too. I'm sorry. I don't like anybody.
In the polls,
Like
with the highest
nobody.
polling candidates in the middle standing center stage. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Next, entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy.
People booing.
Former Vice President Mike Pence.
Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
South Carolina Senator Tim Scott.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson.
And North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum.
Can anyone like hear this? Like it's so low and I've got like the volume cranked as high as it can possibly go. And it's all the way up there. My computer volume's all the way up. Like all the volumes are up. This is just like ridiculously quiet. From posted on Nikki Haley herself. Why is it so quiet? Vivek talking about fatherless homes when they were speaking on education gave me chills. It's so true. Like, what the fuck? Alright.
Some ground rules for tonight. We'll ask the questions, and then candidates get 1 minute to answer. If someone is singled out, you get 30 seconds to respond. And when the time runs out, we all will hear this. Very pleasant.
So tonight, these candidates have a big opportunity to break out of the pack and to explain why they are best prepared to be the Republican choice for president. At a time when the likely Democrat nominee, President Joe Biden, is working to convince the country that with Bidenomics, things are looking up.
Bidenomics?
We call my plan Bidenomics. I'm not sure they meant it in a totally complimentary way at the time. But guess what? It's working.
But
why do you whisper like
is
that?
it? More than 65% of Americans say the country is headed in the wrong direction. And here's the reality for some voters we talked to here in Wisconsin this week.
We have noticed a dramatic increase in prices at the grocery store just across the board.
Gas is high and food is high. A lot of people out here homeless because they can't buy food.
It's tough when you got mortgage rates at 7-8% versus 2 to 3. It's just you can't afford a house anymore.
It's inflation. It's ridiculous.
You can afford a house.
us off,
No,
yeah.
we haven't been able to afford houses in ages. There was some guy on the internet who said like the only way to get a house, like if you're a millennial, is like if you have to like wait patiently and see if Mr. Beast will gift you one. Like that's like the only way. Who the fuck? Nobody can afford houses. Inflation is ridiculous. It's not directly Biden's problem though. I mean, the whole fucking pandemic really hit us in the nuts.
As we sit here tonight, the #1 song on the Billboard chart is called Rich Men North of Richmond. It is by a singer from Farmville, Virginia, named Oliver Anthony. His lyrics speak of alienation, of deep frustration with the state of government and of this country. Washington, D.C. is about 100 miles north of Richmond.
Oh no. Hold on. I don't know if that's gonna get like copyrighted. I mean, it's just some guy on his fucking guitar, so who gives a shit?
Making such a nerve in this country right now. What do you think it means?
Our country is in decline. This decline is not inevitable, it's a choice. We need to send Joe Biden back to his basement and reverse American decline. And it starts with understanding we must reverse Bidenomics so that middle-class families have a chance to succeed again. We cannot succeed as a country if you are working hard and you can't afford groceries, a car, or a new home while Hunter Biden can make hundreds of thousands of dollars on lousy paintings. That is wrong. We also cannot succeed when the Congress spends trillions and trillions of dollars. Those rich men north of Richmond have put us in this situation. And
I mean, he's not wrong about, like, the problem with, like, Joe Biden. It's like he's saying that he's, like, speaking for the people, or, you know, he's going to be closer to the people or than Trump or whatever. I mean, it's like he's rich. So is Kamala Harris. I mean, they come out in their fucking designer clothes. My problem with Democrats is, like, they really sit on the soapbox and they, like, they're very self-righteous, and then they just give a lot of empty promises and, like, nothing really gets done. Like, they don't really do much, or things will get to the top and then, like, some Democrat will vote the other way. It's just like, it's just so fucking frustrating. I feel like if you did, like, it should be illegal. Like, you can't be in office for anything unless you completely agree with the party that you're going with. Like, you have to vote in alignment with the ideals. Like, it should be like, you shouldn't be able to. That's just like me and my child brain thinking that.
finally, we need to lower your gas prices. We're going to open up all energy production. We will be energy dominant again in this country. I showed it could be done in the state of Florida. I pledge to you as your president, we will get the job done, and I will not let you down.
What the fuck was that smile? Like, what the fuck?
Open up all
look at his face.
We will be energy dominant again in this country. I showed it could be done in the state of Florida.
Hold on, it's coming up.
I pledge to you as your president, we will get the job done, and I will not let you down.
This. What the fuck is that face? What the fuck is that soulless ass expression? He's obviously a lizard person.
Governor DeSantis, thank you. Governor Christie, do you agree with Governor DeSantis just said there? And why would you be better on the economy than him?
Well, look, I do agree predominantly with what Governor DeSantis just laid out. I think that if you asked every one of us up here, that we would agree predominantly with what he just laid out. Here's the difference. The difference is that we're going to have to work and make sure that we sell these ideas. And be able to put ourselves in a position where we get a majority of the vote, not only by winning the Congress and the Senate in 24, but also by having someone who's had the experience of doing it. Now, I was elected as a conservative Republican in a blue state with 61% of the vote, with a Democratic legislature against me the entire time. And we still, through hard, strong decision-making, brought them around to our point of view. We cut taxes in New Jersey. We cut debt in New Jersey. We made sure that each and every time we were confronted with bad Democratic ideas, we stood
Isn't New Jersey like one of the cheapest places to live, I think?
And stop them. And when
something
there were
like
good
that,
ideas,
pretty down
we brought
there.
people together to make progress going forward. Truth and accountability
Yeah.
are the things we need to do to fight.
Totally. Mark, the coal industry multimillionaire Joe Manchin should not be poisoning a Democratic seat. Like, I think you have to, like, vote according to your party's ideals. I feel like that should be a thing. Oh, the South is the cheapest place to live. New Jersey is very expensive. No, I think it's Virginia. West Virginia or something like that. I don't know. I'm talking out my ass, probably. Mississippi, Oklahoma, Kansas, Alabama, Georgia, Missouri, Iowa, Indiana, West Virginia, and Tennessee. West Virginia is super cheap. Yeah. North Dakota? Oh my god, who wants to live there? Nobody. That's who.
Waste. And I'd say the last thing is this, Brett. We cannot sit by any longer and allow the kind of spending that's going on in Washington, because every dollar they spend is a dollar that these people are not allowed to spend on their children and their grandchildren. It's robbing our country, and it's wrong.
Well, Governor, let me just follow up very quickly. New Jersey, when you were governor, had the second lowest credit rating in the nation after Illinois, and it was downgraded 11 times.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what happens when you inherit a blue state that has done that. But when you look at what we did on debt, Brett, in that state, we cut debt in that state, debt that had been left to us by 3 Democratic gubernatorial predecessors of mine who ran up that debt tremendously. And what you also saw...
Why did they give a shit then, like, about people getting stimulus, like, during the pandemic and shit? Like, what the fuck is it, like... We need to get money back into the people's pockets. But we can't just give it to them. They have to work for it.
Was to cut the unemployment rate in half. It was over 10% when I became governor in 2010. What we also did was cut pension payments to public employees to make sure that taxpayers were not being soaked by a public employee union system that was killing the taxpayer.
Thank you, Governor.
Tim Scott, Senator Scott, excuse me. The song also goes after welfare programs. As a senator, now President Biden argued for freezing federal spending, this was back in the 80s, and dealing with sacred cows. He does not talk about that anymore. You have been a senator, though, for 10 years. So what have you done to rein in the increasing size of government?
Well, thank you for the question. Over the last several years, I've had an opportunity to vote against spending package after spending package after spending package. What we also need to understand is that Joe Biden's Bidenomics has led to the loss of $10,000 of spending power for the average family. When you see 16% inflation, your gas is up 40%, your food is up 20%, your electricity is up 20%. We can stop that by turning the spigot off in Washington, sending the money back to the states, and allowing the decisions to be made at their own houses. I helped write the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. We cut taxes for a single mom like the one that raised me by 70%, for dual households by 60%, returning to the average family $4,000. If you don't send it to Washington, we can't spend it. That's good news for the American people.
Okay, but just to follow up, you did, during the Trump administration, you approved $4.4 trillion, $4.1 trillion, $1.7 trillion over the course of that administration. That's a lot of money.
There's no doubt that during the...
Why don't you change the tax bracket? The tax bracket, like, drastically changed, and guess what direction it changed? It changed downwards, which means it used to be like something like $20,000 if you made selling your grandma's stuff on eBay. Like, you wouldn't have to pay taxes on it until like that. But now you only have to make like $500. You have to pay taxes. It's ridiculous. 20,000 down to 500. You got to be kidding me. And I think that's enabled this year, or this coming year, or this year. Yeah. Oh shit. Taxes are going to be fun for me and all my online earnings.
Trump administration, when we were dealing with the COVID virus, we spent more money. But here's what happened at the end of our time in the majority. We had low unemployment, record low unemployments, 3.5.
Didn't nomics get coined by... Yeah. There was totally Reaganomics, huh?
% for the majority of the population, 70-year low for women.
A lot of good that did.
African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians had an all-time low, but our inflation was at 2%. Under Joe Biden, we've seen the exact opposite. We've seen inflation explode, which led to 12 Federal Reserve increases that's devastating home buyers today.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you're listening to these answers.
If I may,
hold on
that
one
was
second.
our administration, so I don't know if I get a chance to respond.
He didn't mention you specifically, but we'll be with you in a second, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Ramaswamy, listening to all of this, why should voters choose you over more experienced politicians on this stage? You're basically, a blank slate for people. You're 38 years old.
Ramaswamy, this is the guy that says he wants to pardon Trump.
For this moment, this political race.
So first, let me just address a question that is on everybody's mind at home tonight. Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage? I'll tell you, I'm not a politician, Brett. You're right about that. I'm an entrepreneur. My parents came to this country
No wonder
with
he
no money
likes
40
Trump.
years ago. I have gone on to found multi-billion-dollar companies. I did it while marrying my wife, Apoorva, raising our 2 sons, following our faith in God. That is the American dream. And I am genuinely worried that that American dream will not exist for our 2 sons and their generation unless we do something about it. And I do think Brett is going to take an outsider, because for a long time we have professional politicians in the Republican Party who have been running from something. Now is our moment to start running.
Well, he's got a lot of charisma, I'll give him that.
To something. To our vision of what it means to be an American today. If you have a broken car, you don't turn over the keys to the people who broke it again. You hand it over to a new generation to actually fix the problem. That's why I'm in this race, and we're just getting warmed up.
All right, to you, Governor Haley. So why are you better positioned to turn
Yeah, I'll
around
check
this
it out.
economy
Thanks,
that
Susan.
We've heard all of these voters talking about tonight than Mr. Ramaswamy, who is a successful entrepreneur nationally right now? He's beating you in the polls.
Well, I don't care about polls. What I care about, the fact is that no one is telling the American people the truth. The truth is that Biden didn't do this to us. Our Republicans did this to us, too. When they passed that $2.2
Very
trillion COVID stimulus
interesting.
bill, they
Oh,
left
no.
us with 90 million people on Medicaid, 42 million people on food stamps. No one has told you how to fix it. I'll tell you how to fix it. They need to stop the spending. They need to stop the borrowing. They need to eliminate the earmarks that the Republicans brought back in. And they need to make sure they understand these are taxpayer dollars. It's not their dollars. And while they're all saying this, you have Ron DeSantis, you've got Tim Scott, you've got Mike Pence. They all voted to raise the debt. And Donald Trump added $8 trillion to our debt, and our kids are never going to forgive us for this. And so at the end of the day, you look at the 2024 budget.
Ramaswamy is
Republicans
a climate
asked for
science denier.
$7.4
Well,
billion
see,
in
he'd
earmarks.
be great for Trump.
Democrats asked for $2.8 billion. So you tell me who are the big spenders. I think it's time for an accountant in the White House.
Vice President Pence, you were mentioned there. 54% of voters say the cost of groceries is a, quote, major problem for them.
Right.
You blamed the Biden administration spending for that increase. But as vice president, your administration spent more than any prior, $7.8 trillion added to the national debt, $3.5 trillion of that before COVID. So does that mean that you're part of the spending problem?
Well, first off, thanks for the question. Thanks for letting me respond to a reference to our administration's record. I'm incredibly proud of the record of the Trump-Pence administration. I mean, in 4 short years, we rebuilt our military. We revived our economy. We unleashed American energy. And we appointed 3 conservatives to the Supreme Court that gave the American people a new beginning for the right to life. Now, Martha, you asked earlier who's the most best prepared for this job. And I must tell you, with all due respect to all of my friends on the stage, and even to one that's probably looking on, I think unquestionably I am the best prepared, the most tested, the most qualified and proven conservative in this race. I was a leader in the Congress of the United States. I led Indiana where we balanced budgets and had a AAA bond rating when I was governor. And as Vice President of the United States, we spent funds.
Yeah, Nikki Haley to sing her own party. I mean, you got to start throwing other people under the bus as best as you can.
Pandemic in 100 years. All that being said, I was the first person in this race to say that we've got to deal with the long-term national debt issues. You got people on this stage that won't even talk about issues like Social Security and Medicare. I mean, Vivek, you recently said a president can't do everything. Well, I got news for you, Vivek. I've been in the hallway. I've been in the West Wing. A president of the United States has to confront every crisis facing America. I will put our nation back on the path to growth and prosperity and restore fiscal responsibility, just as I did in Congress and as governor,
Mr. Vice President.
and when I was vice president.
But, yeah, I mean, hold on.
You were to get Vivek first.
We'll get to both of
Yeah, this isn't that complicated, guys. Unlock American energy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. Put people back to work by no longer paying them more to stay at home. Reform the U.S. Fed. Stabilize the U.S. dollar.
We got to put the children back in the coal mines. We need 5-year-olds in the coal mines.
Go to war. The only war that I will declare as U.S. president will be the war on the federal administrative state that is the source of those toxic regulations acting like a wet blanket on the economy. So I'm not sure I exactly understood Mike Pence's comment, but I'll let you all parse that out. For me, it's pretty simple. That's something a U.S. president can do with focus, and I'll deliver on it.
Well, let me explain it to you. If I can.
Astro says, here in Arkansas, we've just rolled back child labor laws. It's pretty disgusting. Yeah. Really interesting. You know, they want to ban trans health care for kids because they're not old enough, but then they roll back, like, the child labor laws. Like, they roll back the age in which you can, like, work. That doesn't make any sense. I think they rolled back, too, some state rolled back the age... the legal age that children can get married, which is weird. Fucking weird.
I'll go slower this time.
I sometimes struggle with reading
Look, I was a House conservative leader before it was cool. I actually pushed a Deficit Reduction Act. That was the last time we actually reduced the national debt in the United States.
He's like, listen here, young
I was
man.
the leader of House conservatives. I balanced budgets and cut taxes when I was governor. I mean, look, Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad. Now is not the time for on-the-job training. We don't need to bring in a rookie. We don't need to bring in people without experience. We need to bring...
Woo! It's getting spicy.
It's 30 seconds when you have a rebuttal, okay? And you are up, Governor DeSantis.
So here's the thing. Why are we in this mess? Part of it, and a major reason, is because how this federal government handled COVID-19 by locking down this economy. It was a mistake. It should have never happened. And in Florida, we led the country out of lockdown. We kept our state free and open. And I can tell you this, as your president...
People died, Ron. Florida was a cesspool. It still is a cesspool. No offense to any of my Florida watchers, but like people died. Hello? Hello?
I will never let the deep state bureaucrats lock you down. You don't take somebody like Fauci and coddle him. You bring Fauci in, you sit him down, and you say, Anthony, you are fired.
I was kind of hoping you would say, Anthony, you are fucked. Like, that would have been funnier. I wish swearing was, like, allowed.
You know what? We're going to bring in...
I just want to finish responding to Mike. I just want to respond to Mike for 1 second because he invoked me back. Listen, now that everybody's gotten their memorized, pre-prepared slogans out of the way, we can actually have a real discussion now. The reality is...
Ooh! Was that one of yours?
Not really, Mike, actually. We're just going to have some fun tonight. And the reality is, you have a bunch of people, professional politicians, super PAC puppets, following slogans handed over to them by their 400-page super PACs last week. The real choice we face in this primary is this. Do you want a super PAC puppet, or do you want a patriot who speaks the truth? Do you want incremental reform, which is what you're hearing about, or do you want revolution?
Okay.
And I stand on the side of the American Revolution.
We're going to take control back here.
We need everyone to have a moment on the economy.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Can I address the
there are
COVID
two
issue
people
that
who
the
have
governor
not.
brought up?
We're going
No.
to get back to that. We are. There are two people who we have not heard from yet. So let's hear from Governor Burgum and then from Governor Hutchinson on the economy, sir.
Well, great. Thank you, Martha. And of course, I'm from.
Do these people, like, do they not remember that people died? Like, people died. Lots of people died. Like, why are we talking about it like we shouldn't have done lockdowns and shit like that? If anything, we needed more lockdowns. Like, it really didn't, like, go well because of these stupid, like, masked patriot idiots. The anti-maskers. Weird-ass people going into grocery stores, licking all the stuff.
Town of 300 people. It's
Remember when that happened? That actually happened. People went into stores and would just, like, cough and lick everything. It's like, bleh. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with the world? It's like a bratty child.
a big deal to make it on this stage with all these folks.
My God, he's got some Muppets above his eyes. Those are two caterpillars on their way to become monarchs. Like, what the fuck is going on here? That guy looks like, it's fucking like Muppet eyebrows. Like, Jesus. Are those real? It's got, like, his mustache is in the wrong place.
But when they were all wishing me well, and I think I took them a little too literally when they said, go to Milwaukee and break a leg. So, but I do want to say on this, we're missing something. We can't just talk about the Biden economy because the economy, energy, and national security are all tied together. Of course, we're paying too much for our energy in our state in our country right now. But part of the reason why is because of the Biden policies on energy. We've got a plan right now, the $1.2 trillion of Green New Deal spending buried in the Inflation Creation Act.
A fake copy of Governor Newsom.
Is something that is just subsidizing China. If we're going to stop buying oil from the Middle East and start buying batteries from China, we're just trading OPEC for Sinopec. And then belatedly, the Biden administration says, no, we're going to put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, we put sanctions on Russian oil, well, then it's 20% off. Who's buying it? China. So if you buy a battery in this country, you buy a solar panel, it's being produced in a plant in China powered by coal, or it's being powered by oil and gas at 20% off. And every farmer in this country would like to buy diesel at 20% off, just like they're buying it in China.
Governor Hutchinson, quickly.
Thank you, Grant. Delighted to be here tonight. And let me just tell you that I'm a pro-life governor from a conservative state that have a conservative record in which I lowered taxes in Arkansas as governor. I created a $2 billion surplus that I passed over to my successor, and I made sure that we shrunk the size of government. We have 14% fewer state employees in Arkansas after I left government than when I took over as governor 8 years ago. I tell that because that's what we need in Washington, D.C. We need somebody who can actually constrain the growth of the federal government, that can actually reduce the size, and I've pledged to reduce by 10% our federal non-defense workforce. That's a specific pledge to make that attacks the administrative state. And let me applaud some of the business partners that are here that have had success in business. But let me tell you, I've been a federal prosecutor. I've served our country in terms of being head of the DEA, in Homeland Security, in times of crisis. And while I think that that's experience that is important for the future of our country, to be the President of the United States that can lead with positive solutions and be held accountable.
Thank you. We have a lot of topics to get to, and I promise we're going to get to everyone if we play within the rules.
Yeah, I might skip through the topics. I don't know, if like one's kind of too boring, I'll go on to like a juicier one.
Okay, next topic. More than 1,000 people are still unaccounted for in Maui after the deadliest U.S. wildfire in more than a century. Hawaii's governor and White House officials said that climate change amplified the cause of human error.
Here we go.
A tropical storm hit California for the first time in 84 years. The ocean hit 101 degrees off the coast of Florida. And in the last month, the heat wave in the Southwest broke records nearly 50 years old.
So Alexander Diaz from Young America's Foundation has a question for you all.
Polls consistently show that young people's #1 issue is climate change. How will you, as both President of the United States and leader of the Republican Party, calm their fears that the Republican Party doesn't care about climate change?
So we want to start on this with a show of hands. Do you believe in human behavior is causing climate change? Raise your hand if you do.
Well, look, we're not school children. Let's have the debate. I mean, I'm happy to take it to Alexander.
So do you want to raise your hand or not?
I don't think that's the way to do. So let me just say to Alexander this. First of all, one of the reasons our country's decline is because of the way the corporate media treats Republicans versus Democrats. Biden was on the beach while those people were suffering. He was asked about it. He said no comment. Are you kidding me? As somebody that's handled...
What about Trump and all his fucking motherfucking golfing? Like, really? We're gonna start pointing fingers? And what about what's-his-face that took off from... Oh, God. I can't remember. There's so many, like... So many incidences. Jesus Christ.
Disasters in Florida, you got to be activated. You've got to be there. You've got to be present. You've got to be helping people who are doing this.
And answer the question?
And here's the deal.
Let's just answer the question.
So, is that a yes or is that a yes? Is that a hand raise?
You do not.
I think it was a hand raise for him, and it's my hands are in my pockets.
No,
because
no,
the
I
climate
didn't
change
raise-
agenda
I
is
didn't
a
raise a
hoax.
hand.
Let us be honest as Republicans.
Woo!
I'm the only
That's
person on
right.
stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda.
Yep, it's all an agenda. There's no climate. Climate doesn't even exist. That's a hoax. It's a lie. There is no climate. There's only Jesus.
Is a hoax.
It's God's breath.
The climate change agenda is a hoax, and we have to declare independence for it. And the reality is, the anti-carbon agenda is the wet blanket on our economy. And so the reality is, more people are dying of bad climate change policies than they are of actual climate change.
How? Where? What do you mean? What climate change? Like, what? How? How do the policies kill people? I would have to see some, like, evidence of that. Like, I don't fucking understand that.
Governor Haley, are you bought and paid for? Hold on. Listen. Wait, hold on.
Oh, I love it.
Already tonight of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT.
Woo!
Standing up here. And the last person in one of these debates, Brett, who stood in the middle of the stage and said, "What's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here?" was Barack Obama, and I'm afraid we're dealing with the same type of amateur.
Give me a hug just like you did to Obama.
The same type of amateur.
You'll help elect me just like you did to Obama, too. Give me that
The
bear
same
hug, brother.
type of amateur.
Hold on. Governor Haley, would you like to respond? Are you
So,
bought
Brett,
and paid
what
for?
I would like to say is the fact that I think this is exactly why Margaret Thatcher said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
Woo!
First of all, we do care about clean air, clean water. We want to see that taken care of, but there's a right way to do it. And the right way to do it is, first of all, yes, is climate change real? Yes, it is. But if you want to go and really change the environment, then we need to start telling China and India that they have to lower their emissions. That's where our problem is. And these green subsidies that Biden has put in, all he's done is help China, because he doesn't understand all these electric vehicles that he's done, what that does. Half of the batteries for electric vehicles are made in China. And so that's not helping the environment. You're putting money in China's pocket, and Biden did that. So first of all, I think we need to acknowledge the truth, which is these subsidies are not working. We also need to...
I mean, I'm kind of agreeing with that.
Take on the international world and say, okay,
But
India
that-
and
but-
China, you've got to stop polluting, and that's when we'll start to deal with
Senator
climate.
Scott, are you bought and paid for?
Absolutely.
Are you bought and paid for?
I'm sorry?
Are you bought and paid
Absolutely not. I mean,
That's funny.
Deserve is a debate about the issues that affect their lives. Going back and forth, being childish, is not helpful to the American people to decide on the next leader of our country. Number one, wait a second. Number two, as a kid who grew up in a single-parent household mired in poverty, I wondered, was the American dream real for kids who were devastated by poverty, devastated by the challenges of life? I came to the conclusion that America can do for anyone what she's done for me if we focus on restoring hope, creating opportunities, and protecting America.
What does this have to do with the climate
if we want
change?
the environment to be better, and we all do, the best thing to do is to bring our jobs home from China. If we create 10 million new jobs in my Made in America plan, we will have a better economy and a better environment. Let me tell you why I say that, Brett. America,
Do it quickly.
America has cut. I'm
Ah.
a Southern boy, I talk slow. So America, that was quick. America has cut our carbon footprint in half in the last 25 years. The places where they are continuing to increase, Africa, 950 million people. India, over 1 billion. China, over 1 billion. Why would we put ourselves at a disadvantage devastating our own economy. Let's bring our jobs home.
We have a lot of different topics to get to.
Yeah, we do. We thank you all. Thank you, Senator Scott. So coming up next, the candidates will weigh in on what could be a defining issue in the 2024 campaign. The first Republican debate continues moments away.
Wow, we got the commercials and everything. Did somebody record this on a VCR? Shit.
Referendums all have upheld.
Ramaswamy is just like, I don't know, but he's exactly the kind of like thing people love. But it just, some ways, I feel like he's almost trying too hard to be like Trump.
Abortion rights in this country.
Oh no.
And even in red states, there are more swing state referendums that are coming up as we head into the elections as well on this.
Oh no.
So, Governor Haley, what do you say to your party and to your state, which today confirmed a 6-week abortion law as well, especially the impact on women suburban voters across this country?
Thank you, Martha. I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children, so I'm surrounded by blessings. Having said that, we need to stop demonizing this issue. This is talking about the fact that unelected justices didn't need to decide something this personal, because it's personal for every woman and man. Now it's been put in the hands of the people. That's great. When it comes to a federal ban, let's be honest with the American people and say it will take 60 Senate votes. It will take a majority of the House. So in order to do that, let's find consensus. Can't we all agree that we should ban late-term abortions? Can't we all agree?
Nobody's doing electively getting late-term abortions. How does she not get, how do none of these people get that? Late-term abortions is so fucking, like, slim. It's, like, it's just really, like, it very rarely happens. And when it does, it's a big fucking deal. It's, like, the woman's life is, or the person's life is in danger. The baby's life is in danger. Like, I just don't, like, how? Ban late-term abortions? Like, outright? Like, what the fuck do you mean?
That we should encourage adoptions? Can't we all agree that doctors and nurses who don't believe in abortion shouldn't have to
Encourage adoptions? That's not simple for people. Do you have, like, does she have any idea? I mean, she has to if she had 2 kids. Pregnancy really takes over your body. Like, it's, and for 9 months, like, that's a lot to put your body through just for adoption. I mean, and I'm speaking as somebody who was adopted. Like, sometimes that's just not an option.
perform them? Can't we all agree that contraception should be available? And can't we all agree
that's what we
that we are
need.
not going to put a woman in jail or give her the death penalty if she gets an abortion? Let's
That would
treat
be
this
good.
like a respectful issue that it is, and humanize the situation and stop demonizing the situation.
Brett, Governor, hold on. You're not mentioned, Vice President Pence. Governor DeSantis, you signed a 6-week abortion ban in Florida. One of your biggest financial backers said that you need to, quote, shift to get moderates or you will lose. What do you say to him and others who say politically that is a tough thing to sell nationally?
Well, I would say we sold the biggest election landslide victory in the history of the Republican Party in the state of Florida in 2022. That's what I did. We can win. But second of all, look, you got to do what you think is right. I believe in a culture of life. I was proud to sign the heartbeat bill. I remember one of the most impactful moments of my life was when I heard the heartbeat of my oldest daughter in my wife's womb, and then saw the sonograms of all 3 of my kids. What the Democrats are trying to do on this issue is wrong, to allow abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. I know a lady in Florida named...
No, what? Oh my god, it's like... like, what the fuck? All the way up to birth. Who the fuck is getting an abortion at, like, 9 months? Like, during labor? Like, nope, just kidding. Remove it.
Penny. She survived multiple abortion attempts. She was left discarded in a pan. Fortunately, her grandmother saved her and brought her to a different hospital. We're better than what the Democrats are selling. We are not going to allow abortion all the way up till birth, and we will hold them accountable for their extremism.
But just to be clear, Governor, would you sign a 6-week ban federally?
I'm going to stand on the side of life. Look, I understand Wisconsin is going to do it different than Texas. I understand Iowa and New Hampshire are going to do different. But I will support the cause of life as governor and as president.
Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head.
We must have a national...
Hold on, Senator. Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head.
Well, look, I'm not new to this cause. After I gave my life to Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, I opened up the book and I read, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And see, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life." And I knew from that moment on, the cause of life had to be my cause.
Oh,
and I've been a champion for life in the Congress, a champion for life as governor and as vice president. And to be honest with you,
can't we get like a politician that's like a Satanist or something? Like, can't we mix it up? Like, it's just all this Christian, like, fascist bullshit. Jesus love. Invest in crypto, gold, and guns. Trump sells knives now. Jesus loves you. Don't eat babies. Fox commercial's over.
Nikki, you're my friend, but consensus is the opposite of leadership. When the Supreme Court returned this question to the American people, they didn't just send it to the states only. It's not a states-only issue. It's a moral issue. And I promise you, as President of the United States, the American people will have a champion for life in the Oval Office. Can't we have a minimum standard in every state in the nation that says when a baby is capable of feeling pain, an abortion cannot be allowed? A 15-week ban is an idea whose time has come. It's supported by 70% of the American people, but it's going to take unapologetic leadership that stands on principle and expresses compassion for women in crisis pregnancies. I'll do that as President of the United States.
He called my name, so I want to respond to that.
30 seconds.
So first of all, I will say it is in the hands of the people, and that's where it should be. But when you're talking about a federal ban, be honest with the American people. We haven't had 45 pro-life senators in over 100 years. So no Republican president can ban abortions any more than a Democrat president could ban all those state laws. Don't make women feel like they have to decide on this issue when you know we don't have 60 Senate votes in the House.
70% of the American people support legislation
but
to ban abortion after a baby is capable of experiencing pain. It's just going to take leadership.
Hold on.
70% of the Senate does not. You have to be honest with the American people.
We have to have a 15-week limit.
Let's get Governor Bergman for one minute here. But the Supreme Court did overturn Roe v. Wade, and the result of that decision was that it went back to the states. So that's where it is right now.
What the fuck is that face?
I understand it, you are not in favor of a federal ban. What do you say about the states? There's about 5 of them, including New Jersey, I think a few others, that allow abortion up until the time of birth, though. If you were president, would you be able to abide that?
Well, first of all, I'm a pro-life governor of a very pro-life state. And this issue is, of course, very important. But I am on the record, and I stand behind that we should not have a federal abortion ban. We should not. And the reason why we shouldn't is very simple. It's the 10th Amendment in the Constitution. In the Constitution, which the states created the federal government, not the other way around, it says that there were certain duties allowed to the federal government delegated to them by the states. The rest are left to the states, comma, or importantly, or to the people. We need to get back to freedom and liberty for the people in this country. And we can't have Republicans who fight for 50 years for this great cause and to return it back to the states, and then the next day they turn around and go, no, the feds should do that, because the feds are stepping into people's lives, they're stepping into people's businesses. over and over. If we say that the Fed should be in on this one, where do we stop? I say that we follow the Constitution, and this is returned to the states. This is where it should be.
But Governor Burgum, you signed a 6-week ban. Time out. You signed a 6-week ban, Governor Burgum.
I know the problem is like different states are making like ridiculous laws. Like you can't, if you leave the state and get an abortion somewhere else, like the moment you come back in the state, we're gonna put you under arrest. Like bullshit like that. It's like, it seems good to give it, you know, back to the states, but it should be federally protected. I mean, it should be across the board, at least to the point where you can't persecute somebody for having an abortion. And I can't remember where. I think they even persecute just for having like a miscarriage.
You signed a 6-week ban, so you're saying federally it's all going to go to the states.
Yes, and what is going to work in New York will never work in North Dakota, and vice versa. That's
Governor
why 50
Asa
states.
Hutchinson,
That's why
right
50
here.
states.
This is too important of an issue that I have to address. First of all, the Supreme Court gave it back to the elected representatives, whether it's the states or whether it's the United States Congress.
That's
so there
right.
is authority, and that's why President Biden is pushing for a Democrat proposal, which is, in essence, abortion on demand through the term. So they have their extreme position at a national level. It's most likely going to be addressed in the states, but it's certainly fine for it to be addressed at the national level as well. Arkansas has the record of being the most pro-life state in the nation. I signed 30 pro-life pieces of
Hey,
legislation.
Tyler, yeah,
while
let the
I
people
was
decide by
governor.
having the government
And
tell them what to do.
Every state can determine a different outcome here, and it is the most important issue for women and for the unborn child and for our country that we get this right. It's going to be a continued debate.
Why'd y'all cut school lunches? Like, what the fuck? Like, what are you gonna do to ensure, like, a child's safety, like, all the way till, like, adulthood?
Let's talk about it in terms of compassion, in terms of protecting the life, and also understanding how we have to enhance adoption.
No, it's true. A lot of people don't even find out they are pregnant as early as 6. They really don't.
And services, how we have to enhance maternal care. Those things we've done in Arkansas and are important for our nation's future.
There are a lot of issues that are very important. Senator, I'll let you weigh in.
We cannot let states like California, New York, and Illinois have abortions on demand up until the day of birth. That is immoral. It is.
Where is that happening? Where are people able to get, like, elective, like, abortions, like, the day before birth? A sandwich. Is there chips? Yay. Thank you. I have a sandwich and some chips. I'm gonna move this away so I don't, like, eat directly in the microphone. I don't have any mayo, though. Oh, well.
Unethical, it is wrong. We must have a president of the United States who will advocate and fight for, at the minimum, a 15-week limit. I am 100% pro-life conservative. I have a 100% pro-life record. I got to tell you, though, we must fight for life. Our Declaration of Independence says our Creator gave us inalienable rights that include life. That is a list. That is an issue we must solve. We can't leave it.
All of their logic is based on their religion. Hold on, I need some mustard. Okay. Have fun. Okay.
to Illinois. We can't leave it to Minnesota. We can't leave it to Illinois. We must solve that issue with a 15-week limit at a minimum.
Brett, I think we're all pro-life, but
Thank
what
you.
I would love is for someone to ask Biden and Kamala Harris, are they for 38 weeks? Are they for 39 weeks? Are they for 40 weeks? Because that's what the media needs to be asking.
All right, another issue is America and the crime crisis, the homelessness crisis. American cities are in decline. People are moving out as homelessness, drugs, crime move in. There are problems accelerated. They did accelerate during the pandemic and are still rising, actually.
Murders in Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, all up 30% between 2019 and 2022. Homelessness is up 11%, the largest jump in recorded history. Vice President Pence, a lot of this began in the COVID era. How much of what we're seeing happening around this country is a result of those COVID lockdowns, and is your administration in part to blame for how we got here?
Well, I think what's in part to blame is the Democrats have been talking about defunding the police for the
Oh, here we go.
And we ought to be funding law enforcement, particularly in our major cities, at unprecedented levels. I mean, it's
more stuff for the police. More stuff for the police. They need tanks. They need grappling guns. They need grenades. Militarize the police. Give them military power. Let's do it.
extraordinary to think about the violence that's claiming innocent lives literally every week in every major city in this country. And yet Democrats and liberal prosecutors in major metropolitan areas continue to work out their fanciful agendas, to do bail reform and go easy. What we need is strong commitment.
How does more funding to the police help homelessness? That doesn't make any fucking sense. We need more police. We need more police funding so they can go out and hunt the homeless.
To law enforcement, we need leadership in Washington, D.C. that'll marshal the resources of the states, marshal the resources of the American people. But let me also say it's about opportunity. I mean, a lot of people don't know that those Trump-Pence tax cuts that we got signed into law go away at the end of 2025 if we don't have a Republican president and a Republican House and a Republican Senate. When I'm president of the United States, we're actually going to cut taxes further. We're going to extend those tax cuts, and we're going to close the Federal Department of Education, block grant all that funding back to the states. With a growing economy and educational choice and law enforcement, we will bring our cities back.
We want more church in the schools. We want the states to have the right to teach church in schools. That's coming, I'm telling you.
Governor Christie, another issue. This weekend here in Milwaukee, reports say there were 30 shootings, and a number of them including kids. Add that to the big increase in school shootings around the country. Democrats blame this crisis on easy access to guns. They also blame Republicans for blocking gun control legislation.
There's not enough access to guns. We need to arm every child.
What would President Christie do?
You know, I'm proud of the fact, Brett, that I'm the only person along with Governor Hutchinson up on this stage who's actually running United.
I hope people know I'm joking. It sucks, like, the internet sucks. Like, you can't make jokes like that, like being sarcastic, without somebody, like, they'll clip it out of context and be like, look at that.
United States Attorney's Office. I ran the 5th largest office in America in a state where there is significant urban crime. And the problem is not going to be solved by more money. The problem is that these prosecutors in these localities in the states are refusing to do their job and to arrest violent criminals. So what a President Christie would do is appoint an attorney general who would instruct each of the 93 U.S. attorneys that they are to take over the prosecution of violent crime in every one of those cities that are failing to do so. We have plenty of room in the...
Well, that's the problem, Katrina, is like, there's just really not rational people in the world. And this is, like, part of, like, why I'm Neogenian, and, like, I choose to somewhat live by example, I guess, just trying to be a decent person with a rational fucking head on my shoulders. But, people don't want to listen to reason because reason would tell them that the religion sucks and it's not helpful. And the world's just not ready for that at the moment. I mean, things are slowly shifting, but it's a long-ass hard battle. But we want to, elevate the consciousness of humanity. We want people to evolve. That's why more and more people who think rationally and want to help better humanity by becoming, self-actualizing and becoming the best version of yourself. I lost my thought. Anyways, yeah. We need to get all them together pretty much and just start, not go off and build a town somewhere. That's not what I'm talking about. Just being more present in the world. Pursuing, we need more rational politicians. That sounds like an oxymoron, but people are still they think very religiously. They can't conceptualize a world where there is no God and we are God.
Federal prisons to lock up these violent criminals and clean up what's going on all across this country in these individual cities. Secondly, what we need to make sure that each and every one of these criminals understand is that the laws apply to everybody. And when Hunter Biden fills out a fake application, a false application for a gun permit, and then is facing a 10-year mandatory minimum, which was mandated by legislation sponsored by his father, and then you have a Justice Department that walks away from those charges, we're telling people that the law doesn't apply to everybody. In a Christie administration, he would go to jail for 10 years.
What about a President Ramaswamy? What does a President Ramaswamy do about guns?
So the reality is we have a crime wave in this country and we know how to fix it. The question is, do we actually have the spine to do it? More cops in the streets who are on the streets able to do their jobs without looking over their shoulder for getting sued. And we also have a mental health epidemic in this country. Just over the same period that we have closed mental health institutions, we have seen a spike in violent crime. Do we have the spine to bring them back? I think we should. As president, I will. But it's not just drugging up people in those...
More cops on the street. Lock the crazy people up.
Psychiatric institutions with Zoloft and Seroquel. It's a deeper issue. I think faith-based approaches can play a role here, too.
Oh, no!
We're in the middle of a national identity crisis. And I say this as a member of my generation. The problem in our country right now, the reason we have that mental health epidemic, is that people are so hungry for purpose and meaning at a time when family, faith, patriotism, hard work have all disappeared. What we really need is a tonal reset from the top, saying that this is what it means to be an American. Yes, we will stand for the rule of law. Yes, we will close the southern border where criminals are coming in every day. And yes, we will back law enforcement because we remember who we really are. And that's also how we address that mental health epidemic in the next generation that is directly leading to violent crime across this country.
Governor DeSantis, really quickly. Governor DeSantis.
We don't have an identity crisis with that. We're not looking for a new national identity. The American people are the most faith-filled, freedom-loving, idealistic, hardworking people the world has ever known. We just need government as good as our people.
Well, Mike, I think the difference is you might have, some others like you may have on the stage, it's Morning in America speech. It is not Morning in America. We live in a dark moment, and we have to confront the fact that we're in an internal, sort of cold cultural civil war. And we have to recognize that
people with the failed government in Washington, D.C. We just need government as good as our people again.
So let me just finish addressing that slogan because I don't know
Make the government great again.
That's actually how we translate it.
Crime has been on the rise in Florida, Governor DeSantis. How do you stop crime?
Well, actually, crime's at a 50-year low in Florida. We're happy with that. Well, the statewide, it's a 50-year low. So here's the thing. These hollowed-out cities, this is a symptom of America's decline. And one of the biggest reasons is because you have George Soros funding these radical left-wing district attorneys. They get into office and they say they're not going to prosecute crimes they disagree with. The inmates start running the asylum. There's one guy in this entire country that's ever done anything about that.
DeSantis is straight up like, no reformation. Full imprisonment. Lock them away forever. Chop off their hands.
Me.
Corporal
When we had
punishment.
2 of these district attorneys in Florida elected with Soros funding who said they wouldn't do their job, I removed them from their posts. They are gone. And as president, we are going to go after all of these people because they are hurting the quality of life and they are victimizing innocent people in every corner of this country, and it will stop when I get into office.
Okay, one more here before the break, Governor Burgum.
Well, Brett and Martha, I just thought it was interesting. You asked your question about the problems we're having in big cities. Nobody ever asked the question of what about the crime wave in small towns? Because in a small town, neighbors help neighbors. People understand each other. If a farmer gets sick, everybody comes together and helps him get the crop off. There's accountability, there's transparency. One thing that I think this country could use is somebody in the White House that understands small town values, because that's our road back to get this country on track again.
Governor Hutchinson?
As former head of the DEA, I understand the drug crisis in America. And right now, whenever you look at the challenges in our inner city, there's 3 simple words that would be helpful. 1, enforce the law when it comes to crime. Secondly, let's deal with the challenge of fentanyl. And it's both about stopping the fentanyl coming from Mexico, but it's also about education of our young people, making sure that we have the tools that are needed for addiction counseling. That's what we expanded in Arkansas as well. Whenever you look at the underlying challenge of America, though, no one likes to see an America with smash and grab in our inner cities. As President of the United States, that will stop. It starts at the top with the respect for our justice system that a former president who's under indictment has undermined by attacking judges, by attacking prosecutors, by attacking the system and saying he's aggrieved. So we have to have respect for our justice system and the rule of law, and it starts at the top with the President of the United States.
Brett, thank you. Hold on.
Take a break. So, speaking of that, right now you are looking live at Fulton County Jail, where former President Donald Trump will be processed tomorrow. So next, the candidates will have an opportunity to talk about the coming trials of Donald Trump.
All right. I can't believe all of them like kept talking about like late-term pregnancies, like the day till birth, like the day before you give birth, you're gonna be like, you know what? I changed my mind. That's just so bizarre to me. What happened? Please don't go out, internet. No, please don't go out, internet. Please do not go out.
Immigration.
There we go.
Education. But we are going to take a brief moment and talk about the elephant not in the room.
President Trump has been indicted in 4 different states on 91 counts. He will be processed tomorrow in Georgia at the Fulton County Jail for charges relating to the 2020 election loss.
You all signed a pledge to support the eventual Republican nominee. If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
Ramaswamy? Yep. All of them? Not just one.
Just hold on. So just to be clear, Governor Christie, you were kind of late to the game there, but you raised your hand?
No, I'm doing this. Look, I'm doing this.
And
not
I know
this.
you didn't.
Whoa. No.
What's
And
the
look, here's the bottom line. Someone's got to stop normalizing this conduct. Okay? Now
that I agree.
And now whether or not you believe that the criminal charges are right or wrong, the conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States. And you know, this is the great thing about this country. Booing is allowed, but it doesn't change the truth. It doesn't change the truth.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you raised your hand.
Boom. No, I'd like to get in and respond. Let's just speak the truth, okay? President Trump, I believe, was the best president of the 21st century. It's a fact. And Chris Christie,
It's a fact.
honest to God, your claim that Donald Trump is motivated by vengeance and grievance would be a lot more credible if your entire campaign were not based on vengeance and grievance against one man. And if people at home want to see a bunch of people blindly bashing Donald Trump without an iota of vision for this country,
Oh,
they can
no.
just change the channel to MSNBC right now. But I'm not running for president of MSNBC. I am running for president of the United States. We're skating on thin ice, and we cannot set a precedent where the party in power uses police force to indict its political opponents. It is wrong. We have to end the weaponization of justice in this country.
30 seconds, Governor DeSantis.
Look, you know, let me tell you
No, I'm sorry. 30 seconds, Governor
You
Christie.
make me laugh because
Ah!
you sit here in an answer. You sit here in an answer.
Wow. He's getting so booed.
You sit here in an answer.
Go ahead, Governor Christie.
Hold on, Governor Christie.
Hold on.
Well, so listen, the more time we spend doing this, the less time they can talk about issues you want to talk about. So let's just get through this section. Governor Christie.
You sit here talking about how you want to stand up for the rule of law.
Yes.
And law and order. And the fact is that it can't be selective. In your book, you had much different things to say about Donald Trump than you're saying here tonight.
That's not true.
Well, it is very true.
That is not
It's
true.
very true. I read it,
Because
and
there's
I
a
know.
difference
Look,
between
I
bad
know.
behavior and illegal
By the way,
behavior, Chris, and you as a
by the way,
prosecutor should know better.
You know what? I know a lot
There's
better.
a difference between
I
bad
know,
behavior. And
I know a lot better than you do. You've never done it like you've never done anything to try to advance the interests of this government except to put yourself forward as a candidate tonight. And here's the thing. We've stood up for law and order. I did it as U.S. attorney. I did it as governor. And I am not going to bow to anyone when we have a president of the United States who disrespects the Constitution. He said,
Get your MSNBC contributor.
he said,
Fake news. Fake news.
Martha, it's important to say that the president said, Donald Trump said, it's okay to suspend the Constitution. Now, the oath you take is to preserve, protect, and defend, not suspend. I will always stand up for our Constitution.
I'm surprised they're not throwing tomatoes.
We have another question for you. We're going to get everyone in on this issue, but I have another question. I have another question. Hold on, you will. All right, so President Trump's former vice president is on this stage tonight. He has faced hecklers on the campaign trail over his actions on January the 6th. On that day, the vice president moved forward with the certification of the election. So do you believe that Mike Pence did the right thing, Senator Scott? Do you believe he did the right thing?
Absolutely. He did the right thing. Number one. Number two, we should be asking ourselves a bigger question about the weaponization of the Department of Justice. When I'm president, the first thing I'll do is fire Merrick Garland. Second thing I'll do, fire Christopher Wray, because we need Lady Justice to wear a blindfold. Without that, no one has confidence in our justice system. 17% of Republicans have confidence in our Department of Justice. Here's why. We keep seeing not only the weaponization of the Department of Justice against political opponents, but also against parents who show up at school board meetings. They're called, under this DOJ, they're called domestic terrorists.
Firing Christopher Wray will not do it. You have to shut down the FBI. Actually have the courage to get it right.
Mr. Ramaswamy.
Ooh, this is steamy.
Not only that, in addition to that, we see the SWAT team show up at pro-life activist homes with guns drawn, because this DOJ uses their power, uses their authority, not just against political opponents, but against conservatives and conservative causes. It is time for a change in America, and I will bring that change to the greatest nation on God's green earth.
We have an important
But Governor
question still
DeSantis,
to
do you
answer.
believe that Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th?
So here's what we need to do. We need to end the weaponization of these federal agents.
But that's not
and I
the
will do
question.
that.
That's not the question.
I know, but here's the thing.
gonna answer the
This
question?
election is
That's not the
about
question.
January 6th of 2021. It's
But
about
it-
January
but they're
20th
asking
of
you directly about
2025,
that.
when the next president is going to take office. I know what the Democrats would like to do. They want to talk about all these other issues, but we've got to focus on your future. We've got to focus on reversing the decline of our country.
Right.
I learned in the military, I was assigned with U.S. Navy SEALs in Iraq, that you focus on the mission above all else. You can't get distracted. So Republicans, we've got to look forward, and we've got to make sure that we're bringing the message that can win in
Vice
November
President Pence,
Did not answer the
2021.
question. Did not answer the question.
Vice President Pence.
Yeah, I didn't answer the question.
What do you
The
think,
United
Vice
States
President?
is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I think the American people deserve to know whether everyone on this stage agrees that I kept my oath to the Constitution that day. There's no
I mean, yeah.
important duty. So
I don't like him, but yeah,
I've
he
answered
kept
this
his oath
before.
to that.
Yeah.
Why are we? Mike did his duty. I got no beef with him. But here's the thing: is this what we're going to be focusing on
I'm relieved.
going
We will.
forward? The rehashing of this? I'll tell you,
Governor
the
DeSantis.
Democrats would love that,
We
and they
spent-
will win if we
Governor
let it.
Let me just say, Governor DeSantis, we spent an hour talking about policy. Former President Trump is beating you by 30, 40 points in many polls. So it is a factor in the GOP primary. Governor Hutchinson, you did not raise your hand.
I did not raise my hand because there's an important issue we as a party have to face. And over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump was morally disqualified from being president again as a result of what happened on January 6th. More people are understanding the importance of that, including
Of all the people
conservative
booing.
legal scholars who says he may be disqualified under the 14th Amendment from being president again as a result of the insurrection. This is something that could disqualify him under our rules and under the Constitution. And so, obviously, I'm not going to support somebody who's been convicted of a serious felony or who is disqualified under our Constitution, and that's consistent with RNC rules, and I hope everybody would agree with me.
We're going to get to a lot more topics.
Yeah, we're going to move on. No, we're going to.
Martha, can I answer the question?
Can I get in on this?
Okay, I'd like to answer.
You
No,
have
you're gonna
already
like
been in
my
on
answer. Hang
it,
in
Vice
there.
President Pence.
All right, I'd like to answer the question
Go
you
ahead.
asked and not give a pre-canned speech. Mike Pence stood for the Constitution, and he deserves not grudging credit. He deserves our thanks as Americans for putting his oath of office and the
I
Constitution
mean-
of the United States before personal, political,
I can't
and
disagree
unfair
with that.
pressure. And the argument that we need to have in this party before we can move on to the issues that Ron talked about is we have to dispense with the person who said that we need to suspend the Constitution to put forward his political career. Mike Pence said no, and he deserves credit for it.
Okay. Governor Haley, we haven't heard from you on this. Do you agree? Do you agree that Vice President Pence did the right thing that day or not?
I do think that Vice President Pence did the right thing, and I do think that we need to give him credit for that. But what I will also tell you is, look, I mean, when it comes to whether President Trump should serve or not, I trust the American people. Let them vote. Let them decide. But what they will tell you is that it is time for a new generational conservative leader. We have to look at the fact that 3/4 of Americans don't want a rematch between Trump and Biden. And we have to face the fact that Trump is the most disliked politician in America. We can't win a general election that way.
Woo!
Governor Bergen.
It's Governor Bergen, opportunity.
Happy to answer the question. Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th.
Mr.
What I wanna
Eyebrows.
say, you started off the top of this hour saying we're going to talk about China, Ukraine, education. We are. China is the #1 threat to our country, and every minute that these 8 candidates spend talking about the past instead about the future is time that is just you know who loves it? Biden loves it, but China loves it when we're talking about the past.
It's true. That's true.
Spend a few questions on it, let people say what they wanted to say, and now, indeed, we are moving on to the subject.
The U.S. has committed nearly 77.
Can I speak on this issue? I was
You
kind of
did
involved.
you answered on this.
You did say
answer.
something.
Yeah.
We thought you were done, but you
No, I
please.
wasn't done.
Well, Mike, why don't you say this? Join me in making a commitment that on day one you would pardon Donald Trump. I'm the only candidate on the stage.
No.
That is how we move our nation forward.
I don't know
and
why
turn the
you
page
assume
forward.
that
That's
Donald
exactly
Trump
right.
will be convicted of these crimes.
You should be able to make a commitment. The same justice system that was this
Vivek,
corrupt.
here's the difference between you and me.
Yeah, I'm not a professional politician. That's the difference. Who can answer?
I've actually given pardons.
God.
As governor of the state of Indiana, it usually follows a finding of guilt and contrition by the individual that's been convicted. So, look, if I'm president...
I mean, if you pardon him, then that's essentially an admission of guilt. Like, in order to be pardoned, you actually have to be convicted.
In the United States, we'll give fair consideration to any pardon request. But if I may, you know, it's not about looking back at January 2021. It's about January 20th, 2017. I put my left hand on Ronald Reagan's Bible. I raised my right hand. And I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And it ended with a prayer, so help me God. It was a promise that I made to the American people, but I also made it to my Heavenly Father. Every day for 4 years, I sought to keep that oath. And everyone on this stage needs to make it clear whether or not they'll do the same if they earn this job and the confidence of the American people. Now, look, I've made it clear. I had hoped that the issues surrounding the 2020 election and the controversies around January 6th had not come to this, had not come to criminal proceedings. I would rather they had been resolved by the American people and the American people alone. But no one's above the law. And President Trump is entitled to the presumption of innocence that every American is entitled to, and we will make sure and extend that to him. But the American people deserve to know that the President asked me in his request that I reject or return votes unilaterally, power that no vice president in American history had ever exercised or taken. He asked me to put him over the Constitution. And I chose the Constitution, and I always will. I had no right to overturn the election.
All right.
And Kamala Harris will have no right to overturn the election when we beat them in 2024.
Thank you, Vice President Pence. Now we are moving on to other issues. The U.S. has committed nearly $77 billion in aid to the Ukraine war. The administration is now asking Congress for $24 billion more. Regardless of that, the specifics of that plan, is there anyone on stage who would
I know the
not
crowd is
support
really
the
rowdy,
increase of
really
more
touchy
funding
with the
to
Trump
Ukraine?
subject.
We would
not support it.
Europe needs to step up. I mean, I would have Europe step up and do their job.
All right, Mr. Ramaswamy, but you're saying you would not too, Governor DeSantis?
Ukraine's not part of NATO. Like, unless Russia fucks up and hits a NATO country, I mean, nobody, they're not going to participate in the war.
And I would have support in China to be able to take China and do what we need to do with China.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you would not support an increase of funding to Ukraine?
I would not. And I think that this is disastrous, that we are protecting against an invasion across somebody else's border when we should use those same military resources to prevent across the invasion of our own southern border
Oh
of the
no.
United States.
Oh no, honey.
Russia further
Oh
into
no,
China's
honey.
hands. The Russia-China alliance is the single greatest threat we face. And I find it offensive that we have professional politicians on the stage that will make a pilgrimage to Kyiv, to their Pope, Zelensky, without doing the same thing for people in Maui or the south side of Chicago or Kensington. I think that we have to put the interests of Americans first. Secure our own border instead of somebody else's. And the reality is, this is also how we project strength by making America strong at home.
All right, we heard the names. Governor Christie first.
All right, look, I did go to Ukraine, and I went to Ukraine because I wanted to see for myself what Vladimir Putin's army was doing to the free Ukrainian people. And let me tell you, I want you all to look around this arena tonight and imagine that every one of these seats was filled. And if every one of them was filled, there would still be 2,500 more children outside to make over 20,000 who have been abducted, stolen, ripped from their mothers and fathers, and brought back to Russia to be programmed to fight their own families. They have gouged out people's eyes, cut off their ears, and shot people in the back of the head, men, and then gone into those homes and raped the daughters and the wives who were left as widows and orphans.
Man, he's really painting a graphic picture there.
This is the Vladimir Putin who Donald Trump called brilliant and a genius. If we don't stand up against this type of autocratic killing in the world, we will be next.
We will be next.
Hang on. You were mentioned.
Governor Haley, we'll come back.
Vice President Pence was mentioned. You get 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, let me be clear. Anybody that thinks that we can't solve the problems here in the United States and be the leader of the free world has a pretty small view of the greatest nation on earth.
That is incorrect.
We can do both, Vivek. We've done both.
We can
We've
do
been the
both.
leader of the free world and the arsenal of democracy for years. The Reagan Doctrine years ago made it clear. We said, if you're willing to fight the communists on your soil, we'll give you the means to fight them there so our troops don't have to fight them. Vivek, if we do the giveaway that you want to give to Putin to give him his land, it's not going to be too long before he rolls across a NATO border, and frankly, our men and women of our armed forces are going to have to go and fight him. I want to let the Ukrainians fight and drive Putin and the Russians back out into Russia.
I want to just briefly address Pence, Vice President Pence. I have a newsflash. The USSR does not exist anymore. It fell back in 1990.
Did I say
the real
USSR?
threat, you talked about the communists, and the real communists that we have to address right now
have any
is the
idea what Vladimir Putin's aims are?
You already spoke. Now
saying he wants to reestablish the old Soviet sphere of influence.
That's what he,
I'm sorry if I insulted him by calling him a communist. He is a dictator and a murderer.
Woo!
The United States of America needs to stand against authoritarianism.
Mr. Ramaswamy, 30 seconds.
Except for our own authoritarianism. We must implement that.
The real threat we face today is communist China. And we are driving Russia further into China's arms. The Russia-China military alliance is the single greatest threat we face. Nobody in either political party is talking about it.
It's definitely not, it won't be good.
On this stage will keep us out of war.
Mr. Vice President, we can't hear. Mr. Vice President.
Is to give Russia everything they've got.
Mr. Vice President.
Give them a promise that Ukraine will never be in NATO, and then somehow China will not think about taking Taiwan. We achieve peace through strength.
Mr. Vice
and America
President.
needs to stand for freedom.
Okay.
Ooh, he's really passionate about that one.
When we hear this bell, that means your time's done. So, Mr. Vice President, we appreciate your aggressiveness here. 30 seconds is 30 seconds. Mr. Ramaswamy, you were mentioned. You get 30 seconds.
So the reality is that today Ukraine is not a priority for the United States. And I think that the same people who took us into the Iraq War, the same people who took us into the Vietnam War, you cannot start another no-win war. And I do not want to get to the point where we're sending our military resources abroad when we could be better using them here at home to protect our own borders, protect the homeland.
All right.
That will be my top priority in foreign policy.
We gave you
protect
more than
this
the 30
homeland.
seconds in the rebut. So I do want to get to some other people because everybody, we respect everybody's time here. So, Governor Haley, you did not raise your hand, meaning that you...
If the world was really free, why do we need a leader? Well, a free world, you're still going to need leaders. Like, especially like in a Neogenian future, like you have to have some leadership. You have to have some people that are making like some overall decisions for the betterment of humanity, what's in the humanity's best interest. But you know, there can still be freedom in that.
Support more funding for the Ukraine war. You have said of Governor DeSantis that you didn't appreciate it when he initially called it a territorial dispute. Why?
First of all, the American president needs to have moral clarity. They need to know the difference between right and wrong. They need to know the difference between good and evil. Right. When you look at the situation with Russia and Ukraine, here you have a pro-American country that was invaded by a thug. So when you want to talk about what has been given to Ukraine, less than 3.5% of our defense budget has been given to Ukraine. If you look at the percentages per GDP, 11 of the European countries have given more than the U.S. But what's really important is go back to when China and Russia held hands, shook hands before the Olympics, and named themselves unlimited partners. A win for Russia is a win for China. We have to know that. Ukraine is the first line of defense for us. And the problem that Vivek doesn't understand is he wants to hand Ukraine to Russia. He wants to let China eat Taiwan. He wants to go and stop funding Israel. You don't do that to friends. What you do instead is you have the backs of your friends. Ukraine is the front line of defense. Putin has said once Russia takes Ukraine, Poland and the Baltics are next. That's a world war. We're trying to prevent war. Look at what Putin did today. He killed Prigozhin. When I was at the UN, the Russian ambassador suddenly died. This guy is a murderer, and you are choosing a murderer over a pro-American country.
Woo! This is a really hot issue.
First of all, Mr. Ramaswamy, you have 30 seconds. Mr. DeSantis,
Nikki, I wish you well in your future career on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon.
You know, I'm not on
but
the
fact
boards
of the matter,
and Raytheon, and you know,
Boeing came off of it, but you've been pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie.
Oh my God!
And defund Israel. You want to
okay, let me address that. I'm glad you brought that up.
Mommy, Daddy, I don't like it when you fight. Oh, the finger waggling.
You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what?
They're like sword fighting with their fingers.
So our relationship with Israel will never be stronger than by the end of my first term. But it's not a client relationship. It is a friendship. And you know what friends do? Friends help each other stand on their own 2 feet. So I will lead Abraham Accords 2.0. I will partner with Israel to make sure Iran never is nuclear armed. But you know what I love about Israel? And I've been there probably in the last 10 years.
What does that have to do with Ukraine?
You know what I love about them? I love their border policies. I love their tough on crime policies. I love that they have a national identity and an iron dome to protect their homeland. And so, yes, I want to learn from the friends that we're supporting. And what puzzles me is, I want to learn from those and apply those to protect our homeland, Nikki.
Israel
that is the
needs
answer.
America needs Israel.
Okay, Governor DeSantis, you were mentioned in the territorial dispute.
And there's like horrible shit going on in Israel. What the fuck are they talking about? We don't want to be like Israel.
Your first obligation is to defend our country and its people. And that means you're sending all this money, but you're not doing what we need to do to secure our own border. We have tens of thousands of people who are being killed because we're not handling both. And so I am going to declare it a national emergency. I'm not going to send troops to Ukraine, but I am going to send them to our southern border. When these drug pushers are bringing fentanyl across the border, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to use force, and we're going to leave them stone cold dead.
We're actually going to move on to China. We're going to talk about China.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. China.
China has the biggest navy in the world, the biggest army in the world. Now they have warships off the coast of Alaska. They are threatening Taiwan. In coming years, China will have 1,500 nuclear warheads, it's believed. The U.S. just arrested 2 sailors.
Yeah, that's concerning, having those warships, like, close to Alaska. Like, barely just stopping, like, just as they were going to end up in, like, American waters. Like, it's a little concerning.
Accused of spying for China within our military.
We had the Chinese spy balloon. That was weird. It's getting a little sus, if you know what I mean.
So the question is, how would you deter China as a president, Berger?
Well, this is the number one issue we're facing, and of course we haven't been talking about it, and we act like that letting
Mr.
Russia win in the
Browse.
Ukraine is like a gimme as opposed to a gift to China. Russia has become China's gas station. But how would we do it? The Biden administration is a complete fail. China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day, more than any other country in the world. They do not even have all the food they need to feed everybody in that country, so they don't have energy security or food security. But the Biden administration sends Blinken, Yellen over there. They're over there talking. They don't even bring up energy because they're too busy trying to kill the U.S. energy here. And what we need to do is not meetings, not press releases, because something that would send a lot more than a press release is actually Harpoon missiles. We need anti-ship missiles on Taiwan. The way that you have a war never start, which is the goal, the way you have peace through strength, is that you actually have strength. You actually have deterrence. And what we have in what we've got going on in Ukraine is an example of when deterrence fail. What is an example there of Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the fact that he green-lighted Putin moving into Ukraine, and then now they see weakness, and when they see weakness, they make a move. And we have to make strong, and we have to be strong both in Ukraine, and we can solve the southern border. Absolutely, we can do that, because guess what? There's only 19,855 authorized people for the Border Patrol, but they're not all staff because the Biden administration doesn't enforce law enforcement. But Biden administration wanted to put 87,000 people in the IRS as opposed to giving the money and the support we need to our own Border Patrol.
Okay. Senator Scott, on China, that same question.
And I speak about China.
Let's fire the 87,000 IRS agents and hire or double the number of Border Patrol agents. I just left Yuma, Arizona about 2 weeks ago. The most pressing need of the American people from a national security standpoint is our southern border. It has led to the death of 70,000 Americans because of fentanyl. Plus,
driving all this
6
hysteria
million
about
illegal
Mexicans.
crossings since President Biden has taken office, and 200 people on our national security watch list have been caught at our border. How many have not been caught at our southern border? If we just spend $10 billion, we could finish the wall. For $5 billion more, we could have the military-grade technology.
I can't believe we're still
surveil
talking
our
about
southern
building a
border
stupid
to
wall.
stop the flow of fentanyl and save 70,000 Americans a year. That should be the priority of this government. And as the next president of the United States, I will make...
Yeah, that's a good point, Elise. It's ridiculous. Elise says, it's ridiculous that the country that introduced the opioid epidemic wants to stop fentanyl at the border. Wouldn't have been an issue if big pharma CEOs didn't push it so hard in the first place. Yeah, I mean, there was a time where everybody got prescribed opioids. And then suddenly they were made illegal, and a lot of people had to go to drug use. You would mandate watching morgue official live streams? That's funny.
That border wall complete.
There are many more questions on China. I do want to ask about...
I want to say I couldn't agree more. It's not just the 70,000 from fentanyl. We've lost 200,000 people to overdoses since Biden took office. That's 300 people a day. We're taking mass casualties, and that's a statistic, but these are sons and daughters, nieces and nephews that we're losing. We've got North Dakota troops down there.
Oh my gosh, when people die from COVID, it's like nothing, but people dying from fentanyl, now we have to do something. My Lord.
Night helicopter missions from San Diego to the Gulf Coast trying to stop these transnational criminal organizations. They've got better funding on their side than we've got on our side.
Speaking of which, Governor Hutchinson, images from earlier this month, Governor Hutchinson,
with Mexico,
Vice President Pence,
policy.
Images from earlier this month. Vice President Pence, it really doesn't help. I'm asking a question. Earlier this
Shut up.
Images showed suspected cartel members crossing into Texas with rifles. Do you consider this an invasion? Would you authorize lethal force along that border?
Just kill people?
There would be lethal force used by the Border Patrol, law enforcement as needed to protect the border.
Which sounds like, that sounds like a system to just murder people without consequences. That's what that sounds like to me. That's spooky. That doesn't sound right. Why would they need to murder people? Like, I mean, if they had guns and were shooting you, trying to kill you, I mean, I could see, like, fighting back, but, like, that just sounds like some people are gonna murder for fun. That a lot of Mexicans are Native Americans, yeah.
Absolutely. When you look at the military has to be used for intelligence gathering purposes. This is not unusual. Whenever I was in the Bush administration, we went down there and met with President Vicente Fox of Mexico and asked his help on going after the cartels. And he looked at me and said, they're a problem to us as well. And so we joined together and we took down the Ariana Felix brothers leading the Tijuana cartel, and that made a difference. Ramon was shot and killed, and Ben Amin was captured. Cooperation makes a difference. We cannot be successful going against the cartel unless we bring in Mexico as a partner. We have to use economic pressure to accomplish that. President Obrador has not been helpful, and we have to use economic pressure that this administration is not using. The rule of law has to matter on both sides of it.
Okay.
This is critical. I've done it. We know what needs to be done. The military has to be limited in its use. When after 9/11, we had the global war on terror, and guess what? We protected the border at the same time. You can do both.
Okay, let's go to Governor DeSantis. So, as president, would you support sending U.S. Special Forces over the border into Mexico to take out fentanyl labs, to take out drug cartel operations? Would you support that kind of American military use?
Yes, and I will do it on day one. Here's the thing. The cartels are killing tens of thousands of our fellow citizens. You want to talk about a country in decline? You have the cartels controlling a lot of part of your southern border. We have to reestablish the rule of law, and we have to defend our people. The President of the United States has got to use all available powers as Commander-in-Chief to protect our country and to protect the people. So when they're coming across, yes, we're going to use lethal force. Yes, we reserve the right to operate. How many more tens of thousands are we going to let to die? I am sick. I've met angel moms throughout this country. I met a lady in Texas named Tracy, and her son took one Percocet that was laced with fentanyl, immediately died. That is happening all across this country because of the poison that they are bringing in. So as president...
Wait. Why is the Percocet in fentanyl? Why? How did that happen? I mean, fentanyl is literally given to people in hospitals and stuff. I mean, it's a valid, like, pain reliever. But, you know, it's definitely not good to have it on the streets, but we need... I don't know. I honestly don't know. I just know that there's part of these ideas where I feel like it's just going to be an excuse for people to just get murdered without there anybody being any, like, recourse.
Would I use force? Would I treat them as foreign terrorist organizations? You're darn right I would.
You know, Vice President Pence, why would you be better at this issue than Governor DeSantis? Governor DeSantis on the campaign trail refers to your administration as not finishing the wall.
Right. Look, we secured the southern border of the United States of America and reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%. When Joe Biden took over, he threw open the southern border of the United States, and the wave of humanity, the wave of fentanyl that's been eloquently described here is a wave of human tragedy across this country. But Martha, you began this evening talking about who is best prepared to be the next president of the United States. And I have to tell you, with all humility, I was there when we negotiated through the government shutdown and got the funding available to build the wall. I was negotiating on Capitol Hill around the clock. I negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy on behalf of the President of the United States. And Asa, you're so right. It's because we used economic pressure to bring the Mexicans to the table, and they allowed us to have people wait in Mexico while they applied for asylum and ended asylum abuse overnight. We got the Mexicans to deploy their National Guard to their southern border and to our southern border as never before. And I want to promise you, as President of the United States of America, I will engage Mexico the exact same way, and we will partner with the Mexican military, and we will hunt down and destroy the cartels that are claiming lives in the United States of America.
Okay, thank you. Another issue that is related to this is that...
Yeah, that makes me think of, like, methadone and things like that. Pretty much like lots of drugs. The street value, or the street potency of things is definitely not the same as when you get prescribed things and it's more regulated and controlled. I don't know, I couldn't do that. I'm not a drug experimenter. I just really don't.
Almost 7 million migrants have crossed this border, our southern border, during the Biden administration. So, Governor Christie, what would you do about the 7 million who are here? How would you handle them? What would you do?
Look, Martha,
Kill
first thing we
them.
need to
No,
do
don't.
is to stop any more
I'm
from
joking.
coming.
No.
That's the first thing we need to do. Then the next thing we need to do with the folks that are here is to, again, as we've talked about all night tonight, we have to have law and order in this country. We have to enforce the law. And what that means is to make sure that people who come here illegally are not rewarded for being here illegally. We have so many wonderful people from around the world who are waiting in line, following the law to try to come here and pursue the American dream. And those people are waiting and waiting and waiting because we haven't dealt with the problem of the folks who are here. We have to have them detained. We have to make sure that they are not rewarded for having broken the law. And one last thing on this fentanyl issue. With China, we can't take our eye off of that ball. Right. Yes, it's important that we secure the border. Very important, as I just said. But China is sending these chemicals to these drug cartels for them to create the fentanyl that is killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens. The Chinese are engaging in an act of war against us, killing our citizens. We better make that priority one in our conversations with China and to try to straighten that relationship out, because if we don't, we're going to lose more and more of our citizens.
I just want to clarify, would you send those people back?
Of course. You'd have to.
We have a lot of issues that Americans care about. Next up, we're going to talk about the crisis in education, as millions of American children are not proficient in reading or math after this.
We need to put Jesus back in the schools. Jesus to bless him with the maths.
The Department of Education. But as president, would you still have a responsibility to fix this crisis as we see it?
Absolutely. The decline in education is one of the major reasons why our country is in decline. We need education in this country, not indoctrination in this country. And
Okay, so we're gonna make college free?
in Florida, we stood up for what was right. First, we had schools open during COVID, and a lot of the problems that we've seen are because these lockdown states lock their kids out of school for a year, year and a half. That was wrong. We stood up. I took a lot of fire for that. I was pilloried by the media, but I stood for our kids. And as president, I'll stand for you and your kids as well. But we have to make sure that what our schools are doing is focusing on solid academics. In Florida, we eliminated critical race theory from our K through 12 schools. We eliminated...
Yeah, you're really helping education by eliminating critical race theory. Way to go there. Kids is gonna be smarter now.
Gender ideology from our K through 12 schools.
Oh my God.
And we have elevated the importance of American civics and teaching our kids about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. As president,
have you seen what they teach kids in like public schools, elementary schools? Like the history you is so warped and just whitewashed. It's ridiculous. I can't tell you like how much of US history I learned that just really just America's funded on like a lot of blood. Like it's got a lot of blood on its hands. Pretty much all of it. Yes, we've all seen how you fucked up Florida, Ron. Yeah. Great job. God help us if any of these people... Like, I don't like any of them, but I'm like... I definitely know the ones I don't want. I don't want any of them, but... Critical race theory was an issue, and yeah, but they don't like it. They don't...
And I'm going to lead an effort to increase civic understanding and knowledge of our Constitution. We cannot be graduating students that don't have any foundation in what it means to be an American.
Mr. Ramaswamy, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Teach them the real history of America.
Mr. Ramaswamy, hold on, Senator Scott.
How can you say let's increase teaching kids about America and then cut out critical race theory when America was funded on black lives with black hands? Like, how?
You've said that the Department of Education, the FBI, the ATF, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the IRS, the Department of Commerce, many of these should not exist.
That's correct.
So, to the education question, how would you deal with the crisis?
So look, we have a crisis of achievement. Let's shut down the head of the snake, the Department of Education. Take that $80 billion, put it in the hands of parents across this country. This is the civil rights issue of our time. Allow any parent to choose where they send their kids to school. End the teachers' unions at the local level to allow public schools to compete. And then revive our national identity where every high school senior should have to pass the same civics test that frankly every immigrant, including my mother, had to pass in order to become a citizen of this country. And the fact of the matter is, look, there's a part of education policy that also rests with the family. I didn't grow up in money, but you know the word privilege gets used a lot? Well, you know what? I did have the ultimate privilege of two parents in the house with a focus on educational achievement. And I want every kid to enjoy that. So part of the problem is we also have a federal government that pays single women more not to have a man in the house than to have a man in the house, contributing to an epidemic of fatherlessness. And I think that goes hand in glove with the education crisis as well, because we have to remember education starts with the family, and the nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to mankind.
Good old family values.
Governor Haley has said...
That sounds more like
Governor Haley has said that
opportunity for religious
boys
education.
Playing in girls' sports is the women's issue of our time.
Oh, no.
You said that even though you signed a ban on this in North Dakota, that there hadn't been one instance where it was actually needed.
No,
Are you saying that you
not
think
this.
that too much is made of this issue?
No, I'm saying in North Dakota we made a priority of protecting women's sports, and we've done that in our state. But I would absolutely do that. But I do think when we start talking about education and we think that we're going to have a federal government one-size-fits-all, we're just completely losing track of the fact that education differs by state. Some school districts are doing a fantastic job, some less so. But the idea that every school district, state, and every teacher is somehow indoctrinating people is just false. You know, when I was building a company from scratch, you know, with small town kids, and we went, you know, grew up in a town of 300, but we built a global company in 132 countries with over 100,000 customers. We listened to those customers. We spent time with them. We talked to them. We did that. And as governor, well, education is one of the biggest part of a state budget. So as a governor, I shadow a student. I don't, the night before I find out the student finds out, I'm going to go to every class with them. I don't sit.
I would hate that. You want Mr. Eyebrows following you around to every fucking class? I don't think so.
How to do it. I go and see the experience, and there's a lot of things that have to change. But what needs to change in education is it's innovation. We're doing it the same way we did it 50 years ago, with innovation, not regulation. I would get rid of the Department of Education. I would give block grants to schools, but I'd give them on merit based on who's doing the most innovative. I just got done holding the 7th annual Governor's Conference on Innovation Education. You should see what the people are doing when you cut.
So you'll only fund schools if they're doing well? That's not gonna work. What about poor public schools in urban areas? Like, what the fuck are you gonna do?
Loose the red tape, get the burden off their back. They care. Teachers in this country, the vast majority of them care about those kids. They're working in low-paying jobs, and they're fighting for those kids and their families.
Governor Haley, you said that this is the women's issue of our time.
First, I'll tell you, as you know, as a parent, the one thing you want is for your child to have a better life than you did. And we can talk about all of these things, and there's a lot of crazy woke things happening in schools, but we've got to get these kids reading. If a child can't read by 3rd grade, they're 4 times less likely to graduate high school. So we need to make sure we bring in reading remediation all over this country. We need transparency in the classroom, because parents should never have to wonder what's being said or taught to their children in the classroom. Parents need to be deciding which schools their kids go to because they know best. And let's put vocational classes back into the high schools. Let's teach our kids to build things again. When we do that and we allow that innovation, that's when it'll get back. And yes, I will always say I'm going to fight for girls all day long, because strong girls become strong women become strong leaders, and biological boys don't belong in the locker rooms of any of our countries.
Come on.
We're going to start the lightning round, and the first question is going to go to you, Vice President. So this is a lightning round.
Leave the trans
of
girls
questions.
alone.
30-second answers, please. President Biden will be 82 years old on Inauguration Day. Nearly 70% of Americans say that he is too old to serve. Should presidents have to pass a mental and physical test in order to serve, Vice President Pence?
Yes.
Well, it might be a good idea to have everybody in Washington, D.C. pass a mental and... 30 seconds, no. The American people can make those judgments. But let me say, I'm running for president of the United States because we don't need a president who's too old. And we don't need a president who's too young. We need a president who's been there. We need a president who knows how Congress works, how the White House works, how states work. And on this education issue, Martha, I was fighting against No Child Left Behind when Republicans were doubling the Department of Education. I'll also shut down the Federal Department of Education. And when I was governor, we doubled the size of the largest school choice program in America. And we'll give school choice to every family in America when I'm in the White House.
This is a lightning round, Mr. Ramaswamy. I think you were mentioned there. You're 38. You're the youngest on the stage. You've said, and you just said, you want a civics test or public service for those under 25 to be able to vote. So the question is, do you want a mental acuity test for presidents over 75?
I believe in the people of this country to tell the difference between somebody who's an automaton and somebody who's actually a thinking agent in the White House, which we don't have in there today.
But people don't. We had 4 years of Trump. As you can see, people don't.
And I will tell you, I want to address Vice President Pence's comment.
They can't tell. I mean, they literally put a madman in the White House.
I think we do need somebody of a different generation to lead this nation forward. Look at the way I've run this campaign. Going to the south side of Chicago, to Kensington, in the middle of Philadelphia, where traditional Republican candidates don't go. We have an opportunity to build a multi-ethnic, working-class majority to deliver a landslide, and I think I'm the only candidate in this race, young or old, black or white, to bring all of those voters along to deliver a Reagan 1980 revolution. We're going to do it in 2024.
Same question to you, Governor.
In a presidential election until 2020.
I will answer that. I will answer that.
30 seconds.
30-second quick answer.
You guys need to get control of this.
Listen, we're getting control of the debate. This is a lightning round, not rolling thunder. Governor Hutchinson, you have 30 seconds on the same question.
On education, first of all, look at Arkansas. We have to compete with China. I built computer science education. We led the nation in computer science education, going from 1,100 students to 23,000 students taking it. This is how you compete with China. As President of the United States, I will make sure we go from 51% of our schools offering computer science to every school in rural areas and urban areas offering computer science for the benefit of our kids, and we can compete with China in terms of technology.
Thank you, sir. This is going to go to this is coming to you. We're trying to do a quick round of different topics here. So, Senator Scott, faith is on decline in this country. You talked about it a little bit before tonight. So, is there a role for a president of the United States in changing that? What would you do to change that?
Really?
Our nation was founded upon the Judeo-Christian values that has made this the greatest nation on God's green earth. I'm a big...
No, it hasn't. No. I'm gonna be triggered on this one.
Believer in Ephesians 3:20 that God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all.
No, we don't need any more religion. It's already done horrible things.
Ask or imagine. Our responsibility should be to model the behavior we want others to follow. On education, the only way we change education in this nation is to break the backs of the teachers' unions. They are standing in the doorhouse of our kids, locking them into failing schools and locking them out of the greatest future they could have.
As President,
Teachers aren't
Governor
getting
DeSantis,
paid
would you
shit.
support some mandatory military service for all Americans?
I think it should be voluntary. I'm somebody that volunteered to serve, inspired by September 11th, and I deployed to Iraq alongside U.S. Navy SEALs in places like Fallujah, Ramadi, and it's something that I think has taught me, you know, when you go in that type of environment, anything you have, your personal agenda, you check it at the door. You go there, and it's about focusing on the mission above all else. And guys come together, and they get it done. And that's how I would view being the President of the United States. It's not about me. It's not about all these other side issues. My sole focus will be on your future and reversing this country's decline.
Okay, now for something a little out of this world, and this is for you, Governor Christie. Do you believe that the recent spike in UFO encounters...
Oh, no.
I get the UFO question?
Yeah, you do.
Come on, man.
No, but, okay, we've been hearing a lot of testimony in Congress, and people are taking this a lot more seriously, and we're hearing that, you know, there are things going on that people aren't aware of. So, if you were president, Governor Christie, would you level with the American people about what the government knows about these possible encounters?
Martha, and especially coming from a woman from New Jersey, I think it's horrible that just because I'm from New Jersey, you asked me about unidentified flying objects and Martians. We're different, but we're not that different. Look, of course, the job of the President of the United States is to level with the American people about everything. The job of the President of the United States is to stand for truth. The job of the President of the United States is to be a role model for our children and our grandchildren. And so whether it was UFOs or this problem of education, and Tim's right, by the way, and I started this in 2010 by going right after the teachers' unions in New Jersey and drove them down to an all-time low popularity rating because they were putting themselves before our kids. That is the biggest threat to our country.
This is why I will tell the Americans about aliens.
We've got closing arguments, plus right after the debate, Hannity is live from the spin room right here in the Fiserv Forum with reaction from all the candidates. As soon as they step off the stage, we'll be back after this.
I don't care.
Please tell American voters why you are the person who can inspire this nation to a better day. These are 45 seconds, and we begin with Governor Burgum.
I understand why America's hurting. Biden's inflation is choking us. I grew up in a small town. My dad died when I was a freshman in high school. My mom, widow of 3, went back to work. Every job I had growing up was one where I took a shower at the end of the day, not at the beginning of the day.
Okay.
Our cities are less safe because of the fentanyl pouring into this country. Our economy is being crushed by Biden's energy policies, which are raising the cost of every product you buy, not just the gasoline at the pump. One thing that I'll do as president, I'll secure the border. I'll get this economy sprinting, not crawling like it is right now. And I would say that other thing is for sure, when I'm on a horseback in the Badlands of North Dakota, it looks like the horizon is just limitless. And when you can almost see beyond that horizon, you can see that this great country, our future is unlimited. But we've got to focus on innovation, not regulation. We've got to cut the red tape. We've got to drive ourselves forward. The way we win the Cold War with China is by growing our economy and through innovation. And as president, I will bring out the best of America. I will improve every American life.
Well, we hope you're back on your horse soon, Governor.
Governor Hutchinson?
Our nation is in trouble. And it's in trouble because of failed leadership.
Closing statement.
And the solution is not 4 more years of Joseph Biden.
Yeah.
The solution is not 4 more years of Donald Trump. The solution is new leadership
that I can agree with.
that can bring bold ideas to America and to bring out the best of America. A president's #1 responsibility is to bring out the best of our people. That's what Ronald Reagan did. And he did it with optimism and hope for our country, with a consistent conservatism. That's exactly what I bring. As president, I'll bring out the best of America in terms of individual responsibility, building our economy, in terms of securing our border, enforcing the rule of law. I'll bring out the best of America in terms of our national character, our faith, and our hope for the future. Join in this fight.
If you can't sell it to me in 30 seconds or less, I get bored.
Senator Scott.
Thank you. I was a disillusioned young man growing up in a single-parent household, mired in poverty. I wondered if the American dream was real for a kid like me. I can stand before you today and say the dream is alive, it is well, and it is healthy. I had the good fortune of a mom who worked 16-hour days, making sure we have food on our tables. She taught me that if you're able-bodied in America, you work. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. If you commit a violent crime, you go to jail. And if God made you a man, you
16
play
hours a day
against men.
Oh, come on.
I'm Tim Scott. I'm asking you for your vote, and if you're in Iowa, I'm asking you to caucus for me. You can go to
Really? You had to make a
votettimscott.com
trans jab right
for
there?
more information or to make a contribution.
Governor Christie.
Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Martha. Look, everybody on this stage wants to be the next president of the United States. And the only way that's going to happen is if we beat Joe Biden. I'm the only one on this stage who's ever beaten a Democratic incumbent in an election. I did it in a deep blue state, being outspent 3-1. Beating a Democratic incumbent is not easy. The last Democratic incumbent president who was defeated was Jimmy Carter. And he was defeated by a conservative governor from a blue state who knew how to get results, who stood for the truth, who cared about accountability, and stood strong and hard against waste. Those are the very things that I did in my 8 years as governor of New Jersey, and it's exactly what I'll do as president of the United States. Believe me, the Democrats want some other nominee who's never beaten the Democratic incumbent. I'm the one who can win this race, and if you give me the chance, I will restore our country by winning it.
Thank you. Governor Haley.
Several weeks ago, I dropped my husband, Michael, a combat veteran from Afghanistan, off at 4 a.m. for another year-long deployment. I watched him and 230 soldiers pick up their 2 duffel bags of belongings to go to a country they had never been, all in the name of protecting America. If they are willing to protect us from there, we should be willing to fight for America here. I will beat Joe Biden, and he knows that. I will strengthen our economy, and we'll bring this inflation down. We will put transparency in the classroom. We will secure our borders. We will have the backs of our law enforcement, and we will make sure we have a strong national security. And once again, we will make sure we have an America that is strong and proud. We have a country to save. Join us. Go to NikkiHaley.com, and let's get it done.
NikkiHaley.com. Ooh, did a website pledge.
Thank you, Brad and Martha, for this evening. It's an honor to be here. Joe Biden has weakened America at home and abroad. The disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, their war on energy, runaway spending that launched the worst inflation in 40 years, a crisis at our southern border, an assault on our values and liberties. And the American people have had enough. But I know we can bring it back. But different times call for different leadership. The Republican Party owes the American people a choice. Proven leadership at the national level that knows how to move a conservative agenda forward. We proved in the Trump-Pence years you can turn this country around faster than you can imagine. And I have faith we will again.
For the
'Cause I have faith
worst.
in the American people. The good, decent, hardworking, faith-filled, idealistic people of this country. And I have faith that God is not done with America yet. And if we will renew our faith in one another and renew our faith in Him who has ever guided this nation since we arrived on these wilderness shores,
no.
I know the best days for the greatest nation on earth are yet to come.
Thank you. Mr. Ramaswamy.
I was born in 1985,
Oh, here we go.
and I grew up into a generation where we were taught to celebrate our diversity and our differences so much that we forgot all of the ways we are really just the same as Americans, bound by a common set of ideals that set this nation into motion in 1776. And this is our moment to revive those common ideals. God is real. There are two genders. Fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity. Reverse racism is racism. An open border is not a border. Parents determine the education of their children. The nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to man. Capitalism lifts us up from poverty. There are 3 branches of government, not 4. And the U.S. Constitution, it is the strongest guarantor of freedom in human history. That is what won us the American Revolution.
Oh my
That is what
God.
will win us the revolution of 2024. Thanks for letting me introduce myself tonight. Thank you.
Governor DeSantis.
What is with that face?
Governor?
This is our time for choosing. We will send Joe Biden back to his basement and we will reverse the decline of this country. I'm a blue-collar kid. I work minimum wage jobs to be able to make ends meet. I understand the importance of the American dream, and I know how that's slipped away from so many millions of Americans. We'll restore it. I'm a veteran who served in Iraq. I know what it means to put service above self. I'm also a dad and a husband to 6'5" and 3-year-old. I understand the importance of protecting parents' rights and the well-being of our children. In Florida, we showed it could be done. I made promises and I delivered on all of those promises. 2024 is make or break. We're not getting a mulligan, no excuses. I will get the job done, and as your president, I will not let you down. God bless you all.
Well, we want to say thank you. Thank you to all the candidates on the stage tonight, and thank you to
Great.
Milwaukee.
Thank you, everybody. We will see you on the campaign trail from debates to primaries.
So there you have it, folks. We will also be covering the Democratic as well. Interesting. Ramaswamy is probably the most horrifying one. I mean, I don't know. They're all pretty horrifying. Some lesser than others. Nikki Haley is kind of more mild. I don't know. Some of the other guys just really didn't deliver much in like charisma. Lee's horrifying. Horrifying. We're gonna keep an eye on this, folks. Where was that thing that I can't find that thing. Oh, here it is.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Bo again. So,
We are back to loud again.
when people talk and they, answer that question, well, who do you think won the debate? There's a couple of different ways people answer it. Some people, they look to specific policy ideas. And they said, well, I like these ideas the best, right? So the Republican Party, that's probably not the case here. Then you have political strategists. When they talk about it, it boils down to who made the most noise, who got the most attention, good or bad. That name recognition this early on, that's the important part. And they'll say that somebody won based on that. Some people would try to guess whose answers resonated the most with the potential voters. It's another way to do it. In this debate, it's actually really simple to see who won. At one point, the moderators asked the candidates, said, raise your hand if you believe in human-caused climate change, or something to that effect. Nobody did. Nobody did. Now, granted, one of the candidates interrupted the moderator and kind of threw things off. But none of them, when asked that question, instinctively raised their hand. Not a single one. Some later went on to give incredibly weak answers. Well, our carbon footprint has been cut by this much, but it's really, one of those other countries. They're the real problem. Okay, so all that says is that you don't think the United States should lead. It's not really a solid answer. But at the end of this, that picture where none of them raised their hand, that footage where that question gets asked and none of them instinctively just raised their hand, of course I believe that. What that clearly shows is that there wasn't a candidate on that stage ready to address the biggest challenge the United States is going to face in our lifetimes. Not one of them. Not a single person instinctively raised their hand to that very simple question. It wasn't even, hey, do you have like a really good plan to deal with this? Do you believe in it? And nobody was like, yeah, of course I do. Nobody instinctively responded to that because they're trying to put out talking points. If they cannot, in an early primary debate, establish that they have a plan for this, they don't. Which means any of them that get elected, it's basically electing somebody who isn't going to do anything. If one of them gets elected now, it is guaranteed that for 4 years, in the greatest challenge this world is going to face in our lifetimes, the U.S. is going to do nothing. That's the message. That's the key message. It's really the only one that matters, because if somebody isn't up to that task, they're not fit to be in that office, period. That needs to be the single question. If you can't get this right, no go. You don't pass this part of the show. You don't move to the next phase. Given that as the response from all of them, it casts doubt on the entire Republican Party. Not a single one of them instinctively raised their hand. Now, it is worth noting that there was a commercial break after two people basically saying they don't believe in it and two people giving very lukewarm answers. There was a commercial break and nobody else got to answer because, really good moderating. But when you take all of this into account, the winner of that debate is clear. It's Joe Biden. Because for those people under 30, those people who are gonna have to live with the consequences, out of the people that are likely to be able to run, who are going to be in a position to do something, he's apparently the only one that has a plan. Because nobody in the Republican Party on that stage raised their hand. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all
I
have a
didn't
good
expect
day.
that to be more about the climate change. It is kind of
What?
crazy, though, how it just doesn't even register. There was a lot of, I mean, pretty much all those subjects, it was just like alarming answers for them. I mean, I'm definitely not a fan of Democrats, but I mean, at least they delivered what you expected, just all the fucking conspiracy and shit like that. Anyways. So, we're gonna wrap up with our last thing to watch. It's called The Lottery. It's a 1969, this is like a short film of like a handwritten story. So last Saturday, or was it no, I think it was 2 Saturdays ago. But the last time I went live with Susan and Philip on the Neogenian Oculus, we had a conversation about suffering and struggle. And at the end of it, we talked about exploring this story. So we're just going to do our little homework bit, and then we're going to continue. We're going to have a conversation about it tomorrow when I go live with Susan and Philip again. So just pretty much kick back and relax. We don't have to have any thoughts so much on it yet, because like I said, tomorrow we will be discussing it. So yeah, grab your popcorn. A Little Shirley Jackson, yes. Short story written by Shirley Jackson.
Hey, there's lots over here.
Steve hates to eat those TV dinners. I don't blame him.
Dick Delacroix's a pest. I think he's cute.
Dick Dale. Yeah, this is a movie version. Because I don't want to read.
I like Mrs. Spinner better than I do that second grade teacher.
Get the new roof up? Finished yesterday.
Come on, Harry, put it back.
What's the deal with the rocks?
You ever hear of taxes going down?
Then I'm going to finish it off with some lace around the sleeves.
Harry, you come here now.
Sally, come here.
Bobby Martin.
You, Bob, come here, now.
The acting is a gem.
Little late today, folks. Guess this'll do it, Harry. Some of you fellas want to give me a hand? Come on, Baxter. Thank you, Phil. Hi, Baxter. Think that should do it?
Expert stirring there.
I clean forgot what day it was. I looked out the window and the kids was gone. Then I remembered it was the 27th. I came a-running. You're in time. You're still getting ready.
Do you solemnly swear that you will perform without prejudice or favoritism those duties prescribed by custom and dictated by law?
I do.
Bill's up front.
Postmaster
I'll see you later.
of this community, by the authority of my office, I appoint you master of the lottery.
Here comes Tessie, Bill.
Thought we were going to have to get on without you, Tessie.
You wouldn't have me leave my dishes in the sink, would you, Joe?
Well, now, guess we better get started. Get this over with so as we can go back to work. Anybody else ain't here? Grown boy to do it for you?
Well, Horace ain't but 16 yet. I guess I'll have to do it myself this year.
Watson boy drawing this year? Here.
I'm very concerned as to what this is for now.
I'm drawing for me and my ma.
Good boy, Jack. Glad to see your mother's got a man to do it.
Well, I guess that's everyone. Old man Warner make it?
Here.
All ready? I'll read the names then. Heads of families first. The men come up and draw a paper out of the box. I keep the paper folded in your hand without looking at it until everyone's had a turn. Everything clear? Adam.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Steve. Anderson. Bentham.
Seems like there's no time at all between lotteries anymore. Seems like only last week we got through with the last one.
Yeah, time sure does go fast.
Clark. Morning, Andy.
Morning, Joe.
Delacroix. Hi, Stan.
Hi, Joe.
Dunbar.
There she goes.
We're next.
Graves.
Joe.
Harbit.
This is so weird. I'm very anxious.
Hutchinson.
Get up there, Bill. That a girl,
No.
Tessie?
Is this a happy lottery? Is it? Is it a bad lottery?
Jones.
What's the lottery
They over in
for?
Warren County, they're talking about giving up the lottery.
pack of crazy fools listening to the young folks. Nothing is good enough for them. Judd. First thing you know, everybody want to be going back and living in caves. Nobody work anymore. Live that way for a while. Cleffer. Used to be a saying, lottery in June, corn heavy soon. Next thing we'd know, we'd all be eating stewed chickweed and acorns. Langley.
Gee, I don't even know what any of that stuff is.
There's always been a lottery.
Hi, Mitch. Hi, Joe.
It's bad enough to see young Joe Summers out there joking with everybody. Martin.
Some places have already quit lotteries.
Nothing but trouble in that. Pack of young fools.
Overdyke.
I wish they'd hurry.
Percy. Robinson. Summers. Warner.
77th year I've been in the lottery. 77th time. Watson.
Don't be nervous, Jack.
Yeah, don't be nervous.
Take your time, son.
I'm nervous. I don't even know what this lottery is for.
Zanini.
Nene.
Hi, George.
Are we gonna go through all the people?
All right, fellas.
It's blank.
Bill Hutchinson's got it.
You didn't give him time enough to pick the one he wanted. I saw you. You didn't give him time. It wasn't fair.
What is going on? Are they gonna kill him?
Be a good sport, Tessie.
We all took the same chance.
Shut up, Tessie.
Well, everybody, that went pretty fast. Now we're going to have to be hurrying a little more to get done in time. Bill, you drew for the Hutchinson family. You got any other households in the Hutchinsons? Any in-laws? Grandchildren?
There's Don and Eva. Make them take their chance.
Daughters draw with their husbands' families. You know that as well as anyone else, Tessie.
It isn't fair.
I guess not, Joe. My married daughter draws with her husband's family. It's only fair. I got no other family except for kids.
How many kids, Bill?
3. Nancy, Bill Jr., Davy, and Tessie and me.
All right, Harry, you got 4 tickets ready?
Yeah.
Drop them in the box. Take Bill's and put it in. Ready, Bill?
I think we should start over. It wasn't fair. That didn't give him time enough to choose. Everybody saw that. Well, you all saw that. Please listen to me. Joe didn't give Bill enough time.
I'm very perturbed.
You ready, Bill?
And perplexed. I am confused and worried.
Remember, take a slip and keep it folded until each person's taken one. Now, Harry, you help little Davy.
Children involved?
Take a paper out of the box, Davy. Just take one. Harry, you hold it for him. Nancy? Bill Jr.? Tessie?
Her name is Tessie?
Bill?
I hope it's not Nancy.
It ain't the way it used to be. People ain't the way they used to be.
All right, open the papers. Harry, you open little Davy's. Nancy? Bill Jr.?
What is it? I'm going
Tessie?
to explode.
Bill? It's Tessie.
The suspense is killing me.
Show us her paper, Bill.
Great, now what happens?
All right, folks, let's finish quickly.
Are they gonna stone her to death?
Come on, hurry up. I can't run. You go ahead, I'll catch up with you. Here, Davy. It isn't fair.
Jesus.
It
Fuck.
isn't fair. It isn't right.
I kind of figured it was something like killing, but why do this? Wow. I am disturbed for life. Paying for a favorable harvest with a human sacrifice? Jesus Christ. Great. What a fun note to end on. Anyways, we're going to be discussing the meaning behind this tomorrow. Please join me and Susan and Philip at the Neogenian Oculus. Susan, if you would like to drop a link, please do so. That way we can enjoy that tomorrow, and I will see all of you tomorrow. So, had an interesting day, very politically heavy today. I think I need a shower after that. Yes, and we're also going to be, tomorrow during our stream, we're going to be discussing the story by Ursula Le Guin. It's Those Who Walked Away from Omelas. So there's the link right directly to the live stream that we're going to be having tomorrow. What is the go time for the Oculus? I believe it's going to be 6 p.m. tomorrow, my time, Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern time. So, thank you so much for joining me today. I'm going to skedaddle. It's been a lot of fun, though. Covered a lot of, material. Lots of Trump stuff. Lots of crazy Republicans. If they're not getting arrested, they're saying crazy shit. Thank you to our moderators, Elise, Susan, Cassie, and Mark. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time keeping the live stream chat safe and happy. And, oh, Becca, yeah, you just missed it. Hello, goodbye. That's all right. You can go back and watch the replay. And stuff like that. All right. Oh, thank you so much, Elise, for gifting a membership. And Becca got it. Well, see, you showed up just in time to be gifted a membership. Perfect. Perfect timing. All right, everybody. We'll see you again. I'll see you tomorrow, and then we'll see you again next Friday. And as usual in Morg's live stream chat. Take care, everyone. Have a good weekend. Stay safe. Have fun. Bye.